Good morning, everyone. This is Bruno. I'm super happy to be with all of you today, and welcome to the SAP Business Objects Digital Summit. We're going to have an awesome time today. This event is live on LinkedIn, YouTube, and Twitter. Today, I'm not in Boston, as you're used to see me, but I'm in the awesome city of Strasbourg, France. It's based, for the people who don't know, in the eastern part of France, next to Germany, Switzerland, and it's known for its smelly Munster cheese, its wine, and the great Christmas market. Today, looks like the event was really popular. People love BOBJ because we've got over 500 people that have signed up for the event. So I tell you, we're going to have a lot of fun. I'll tell you that. So, and I just want to make sure that all of you guys, love BOBJ, and you love BOBJ with 360 Suite. So we're going to have a lot of fun all day long today. So, Patrick, I knew you'd like that.
I do like that.
And also today, so the event, anyways, you can see it on the Wisdom channel on YouTube. And to check it on YouTube, it's Wisdom with not one eye, not with two eyes, but actually with three eyes. That's always better than one. So Wisdom with three eyes. And make sure that you subscribe to our YouTube channel for the latest BOBJ innovation, customer success stories, and a lot more. And the link actually is going to be shared shortly by Chris, who's in the backstage, so that you can go on it. Additionally, today we're going to have a virtual booth that will be available during the event. You can go on at any time to check the agenda, download the presentation, and find some bunch of resources or chat with us. The virtual booth is actually on booth.wisdomwith3eyes.com. And as you probably noticed now, 360 Suite is Wisdom 360 Suite. So today we'll have 5 different sessions. The first one is going to be with Patrick Sims that you see right now. The second session is going to be around 4.3 SP02. The second session is going to be a live upgrade from 4.2 SP8 to BI 4.3 SP2. The third session is going to be around analytics. Is going to be on analytics op, the weak link in your data strategy. The fourth session is going to be around metadata in data services and in BOBJ. The fifth session, the final session of the day, will be around IBCS. And what is IBCS and why does it make sense to use it for reporting? So during the entire day, we're going to have some bunch of quizzes just to have fun. And each time you'll be able to win a $10 Amazon gift card. So Chris, do you want to start with the first quiz before we get things kicking with Patrick? So For this quiz, and as all the other quiz, just make sure that you put the answers in the comment box. So the first question is, when was SAP Business Objects created? Actually, I should say, when was Business Objects created, in fact, prior to the acquisition? So please feel free to put this in the comment box, and then whoever gets the closest or the exact date anyway will get a $10 Amazon gift card. And Chris will contact you through a private chat and get all your details, and we'll get that sent to you through email. Patrick, let's get things started. So tell me what's new in 4.3 SP2.
Well, fair enough. Thank you, Bruno. And by the way, you were in one of my ancestral homes, Strasbourg. The non-Irish part of me is actually traced back to a Strasbourg butcher. So there we go.
That's good.
Yes. So good morning, everyone. Patrick Sims, SAP. You've seen me on this with Bruno before, so happy to be here again to share with you what's coming out in December with BOBJ 4.3 Service Pack 2. The usual disclaimer, I will be talking about futures, so don't make your buying decisions based on those futures because they are subject to change at any time for us. And the other key thing, and you should put this on your glasses too, Bruno. SAP is committed to continue to invest in the on-premise BI suite. I cannot say that enough. In fact, we got reports this week that MicroTragedy is already passing FUD that BOBJ is dead as of 2022. So let's end that. I'm sorry, go ahead, Bruno.
You know what the funny story is? At the time when 4.2 was out, I remember I was at Sapphire, and then MicroStrategy.
Come on.
MicroStrategy at the time was saying, "Oh, BOBJ is dead," and they were saying some bunch of things. And the funny thing is, on that day, their stock market was dying, or was really dropping. So actually, I replied to them, showing their stock market, and the SAP stock on that day was going up skyrocket, and it was rather popular. And I never heard back from them again. So
fair enough.
If it's the only way they've got to get some customers, it's good for them.
But yeah, just to put the hammer on the nail, BOBJ is still here to stay. So fear not. That's why we're here today. That's why we're touting all the good stuff that we're doing with 4.3. So to that note, though, why is there some confusion out there? Well, we do actually have two key solutions in our portfolio. SAP Analytics Cloud, is out there if you are looking to do a cloud solution that is built from the cloud up, cloud purposed and ready to go. Some are liking to move that way, but for those who don't want to move that way right away or want to go at your own pace, Business Objects BI Suite remains, and it is still the most scalable and enterprise level reporting solution that's out there. Webby is still the most used tool in the BI space. So where are we investing? Well, certainly we're investing in each of the individual tool sets, but also a key thing for us is we're investing in interoperability between the two. So that's from a user standpoint, from a platform standpoint, universes, data, whatever we can do to make sure that if you do start to move towards SAC, that you can continue to reuse your investment in business objects. And so that it's not sunk cost, and really it's a way to extend BOBJ versus trying to rip and replace. So why 4.3? And I'll assume, since we're talking about Service Pack 2, that most of you have been here with us before, so you at least know about 4.3 and Service Pack 1. But I will reaffirm the key themes of 4.3 without going into too much detail. And the first is in the middle, I think, and most important. The user experience was massively overhauled in 4.3. Couple of things there. Number one, we modernized it and made it simple again, if you will, without any loss of capability. That's huge to me because I think, we all know that Webby is it's an ad hoc query and analysis tool. And so in that sense, it is self-service. But with the rise of the tableaus and some of those other more simplistic interfaces, I think we lost some of that allure to some, and it became too complicated to others who are trying to come in for the first time to see Webby. So we simplified the user experience, but all the capabilities are still there. It is still the Cadillac of BI tools. But also, in so doing, we harmonize the user experience with SAC so that a new person to Business Objects Analytics would be comfortable in both Webby and SAP Analytics Cloud because they look and feel the same. They have similar windows and panels that come in from the right side. There are a lot of things that we've done to try and harmonize that, which we've been advertising that we wanted to do for at least a decade or more. And I have been with the company about 19 years now via Business Objects. So that's all good stuff. I think that what we've done with the user experience is huge. I think 4.3 is a pleasure to work with. And then the other two pillars were hybrid, so that interoperability that we talked about investing in, hybrid use cases, tight integration between BOBJ and the SAC platform. And then, of course, the old enterprise readiness, we're always trying to continually improve anything from audit to lessening downtime for upgrades and migrations and things like that. So,
hey, Patrick,
yes, sir.
to the first quiz question, the quickest answer came from Adrian Egger Adam. I hope I pronounce it properly. And Adrian, Chris is going to chat with you through the private chat and to send you the gift card. And just before we move on, I'd be interested to hear from the audience on which BOBJ version they are on today. So,
yes, always a great question.
As long as you're not on XR2, you're good.
Right. I've only seen that recently in Asia, so there were some Japanese customers who were still on R2 as of a year and a half ago.
Yeah, that I'm not overly surprised. I've seen
Right.
generally there that they were behind on versions. So yeah,
Fair enough.
completely
Okay.
Patrick sound.
All right, so those are the key themes for 4.3. I'm hoping that some of you have at least tried it or are still looking to move to it now that we've got Service Pack 2 coming out. So let's talk about Service Pack 2 in terms of catch-up features. So for those of you who did not go to Service Pack 1, or for those of you who saw this presentation about a year ago, you'll know that there were some things from 4.2 that did not make it into Service Pack 1 for 4.3. And most of them are back. So I'm happy to report that today. So shared elements, extension points, freezing headers, Zob. Oh, here, Bruno, throw this question out for the old BOBJ crowd. Who can tell us what Zabo means? If anyone remembers Zabo mode for the Webby Rich client.
I have no clue. I have to tell you that, Patrick. So yeah, let's see what people
see if
comment
anyone comes
on.
back
I've
with
got
anything.
no idea.
And then so query as a web service and document as a web service, they're sort of back. They're being replaced by OData as a web service, and we'll talk about that as we get into the presentation. And then
Actually, I have the answer, Patrick. I have somebody who's cheating in my ear and
Okay.
telling me the answer, but I won't bring it up. So looks like, hold on. I think Andrew Fox. I think that's the first answer I see. Andrew Fox, 0 admin business objects.
Absolutely. There it is. So yes, Zabo was very big in the 3.x timeframe, and we are bringing back that concept with Webby Rich Client in 4.3 Service Pack 2.
Are you bringing back Desky or something as well, or
No.
not?
I'm sure there are those who are wishing for that, but no, alas, no. Okay, so just good to know that most of the catch-up features that had been missing from 4.2 into 4.3 up till now will show up for you in Service Pack 2. Okay, so let's get down and dirty into what is new. And so here's the summary level of the things that we'll be talking about and showing you as well as we go through the next hour or so. So report display enhancements were big, right? You already saw in the list before, freezing of headers, for instance, and then some various other things. Shared elements, we'll talk about those. Exposing Webby data through OData web services. New data sources available via Webby. Unified workflows. So we'll talk about the query panels and objects enrichment post-query. Webby Rich clients back. Usability enhancements, and then, of course, semantic layer and new data connections, and then SDKs, extensions, and custom elements. So we'll talk about all of those and show you some of that too. Okay, so first up, report display enhancements. So freeze header was one of the most frequently requested things to be brought back by you, the customers. So we listened, and here we are. So freezing of headers is back, very simple. It's available in both the reading and the design or edit mode. So it's very easy to do individually by block, or you can do it for all tables, and we'll show you that in just a moment. Just provides smooth scrolling then as you're going down through the table and leaving those headers there in place. I know it seems like a little thing, but so many of you have been asking for it because it is a frustration when you don't have it. So it is there. Hidden reports and report descriptions. So in design mode, you will be able to take a report or a tab, however you like to describe it, and you can hide it or auto hide it based on certain criteria that you'd put into place. That is a useful feature that appeared in 4.2 that many of you wanted back. So there it is. And we've got even a new function for formula language that does a report description function call. But we'll show you that. It's very easy to use, very easy to deploy. Presentation mode is another popular thing that's come out in recent years. And so it's a way to, we now have the ability to extend the auto refreshing of stories, charts and individual charts or reports tabs in the presentation mode. And it's available, you can do it from both your reading and design mode again. So that's a huge thing too. You do not have to be in design mode and editing to enable presentation mode and do the auto refresh capabilities. There are different options for you in terms of how it presents in terms of screen display. We hide all the warnings except in the refresh bar. And the hidden aspect mentioned on the prior slide, that's always invoked accordingly. So it's a great way for presenting of the content that you've built in Webby.
Hey, by the way, folks, we've got also the product owner of Webby who's on behind, and if you got some questions to be asking him, he's going to be more than happy to answer to these questions. So feel free to ask all the questions, and Gregory will definitely answer to you.
And of course, Gregory provided me these slides, so if I'm screwing anything up, Gregory, please do chime in as well. But think of him as the Wizard of Oz, the man behind the screen for me here. Hyperlinks. Who doesn't love a nice hyperlink, right? So those are back as well. And so we've got the nice dialog box for them, the ability to open in the current window, all the good stuff. And the key thing here is that you do not need to go into the CMC and enable JavaScript anymore to do an intra-document link. It's just something that's natively done there because we're all HTML5 now anyway. But it's there in the dialog box, and it's good to see that that's back. And we'll go ahead and we'll show you that when we get into the environment here shortly. Shared elements are back. Look at all this stuff that's back. It's just good stuff. So shared elements we introduced in 4.2, very popular, right? So shared element is something that you can create in the repository that, think of it as a chart with all of the backup universe selections and all those things. So it's a great way to cobble together, let's say Bruno and Gregory are out there doing great work in Webby, and I want to grab just a couple of their charts. Shared elements is a great way for me to do that by simply grabbing those things, not having to replicate the query panel, all that stuff. I just grab those charts that they've built from their documents, so they're shared elements, and there we go. So it's good to know that those are back. Here's information that you'll get in the slides about where to do things in the side panels and such, but I'm going to show you how to do this. So we'll not belabor that.
Hey, Patrick,
Yes,
to
sir.
the question around which SP, audience is on, definitely pretty much everyone is still on 4.2.
Okay.
And SP7 or SP6, SP7, SP8, and a few people are on 4.3 SP1. To which, when is SP2 coming out? Do you have any date on that?
December, I think. I don't know if we can go any more granular than that, but it's coming out in a month.
Okay, that's nice.
Yes, definitely.
And I see also to our question around when BOBJ was created, I think the worst answer was from John LeBlanc. And John, since I'm in France, I just didn't wear my my Boston Red Sox cap today, although I've got my Husker cap. And John, if you want, because you had the worst answer of all, we can probably send you. I know you're a Yankee fan, and I'd be more than happy to send you either a Braves hat or a Boston Red Sox hat if you want. So just let me know. I'm sure you'd appreciate that.
It wasn't 2008 as an answer, was it?
No, he put like 1940 or 1948 or something like that. So John was very creative. We have to give him credit for that. So
Yeah, if anyone said 2008, I'd have to be very upset with that. So, okay. So again, more on how to do the shared elements, and that brings us to demo number 1. So Chris, if you could help me out here, I need to switch my screen for just a quick second.
Chris is working on, I think, giving you the proper access to that. So
okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Well, while we're waiting on that, I'd be interested to know who's on Windows and who's on Linux today in BOBJ. And there is a reason behind my question, so please let us know if you're on Windows or Linux. The reason behind is actually we see more and more customers going to the SAP Business Object Private Cloud Edition, so also called the PCE, which is essentially it's business objects managed by SAP, typically on hyperscalers such as AWS, Google, or Azure. And in order to be on PCE, you need to be on 4.3 and do, of course, the migration to PCE, and you need to be on Linux. So that's the reason behind my question. So I'd be interested to know. Okay, I see a lot of Windows. And by the way, if you guys are on the cloud as well, I'd be interested to know if you're on the cloud and really where you guys are. So traditionally, I think like 80% of the customers were, I think, on Windows, if I'm correct, Patrick. So,
I think that's about right. Yep. Yeah. And I apologize, my Chrome is not responding right now. So
yeah, we'll get that worked out. So as long as you don't need to reboot, I think we're all good. Right. If not, it's going to be a lot more fun. So that's good.
I may have to leave the call and come back in, though, because it's just stuck in a loop right now.
And which is totally fine. So if you need to,
all right, if I
just go for it, Patrick.
Very good. I'll be back.
No problem. So while Patrick is reconnecting, so the next session that we'll have will be with Patrick Perrier, who's actually responsible for the product at Wisdom 360 Suite. And Patrick is actually going to do a live upgrade from 4.2 SP8 to 4.3 SP2. So SAP made a version available for him so that he can actually do that upgrade. So that will be pretty nice. So Patrick, are you back on or not yet? Patrick Sims. No, obviously not, which is fine. Well, Chris, probably we should go for a second quiz while Patrick is trying to connect. What is the next quiz, Chris? Well, it looks like Chris is not available. Well, Patrick Perrier, do you want to talk about the next session that you're going to present while Patrick Sims is trying to connect?
Can you hear me?
Which Patrick?
Hey, Bruno.
Okay,
it's the Patrick from London.
You mean the real Patrick?
The real Patrick, yes. Right. So a bit of technical problems with the other one, right?
Definitely.
The only Patrick is back. Come on.
Welcome back,
I'm
Patrick.
just kidding,
Well,
Patrick.
I was going to give spoiler of my next session, but right, I'll let you guys continue and come back in half an hour.
Okay, let's go for it. Patrick, are you
All right.
okay to share your screen again? Let's
Seems like it. Can
get
you guys
things
see the
moving.
launch pad?
Yeah, we can.
Very
No
good.
problem.
All right. So let's sign in and let's do some of this new stuff. All right. And here's the new Launchpad for those of you who have played with this. Even, I'm not sure if you all know, but those of you on 4.2, you actually have an alternative URL that you can use that brings up kind of the precursor to this Launchpad experience for you if you wanted to start to try and test that out before you move into 4.3. So let's go ahead and look at some fold and unfold, and I can go to my folders. We're going to freeze our headers. We're going to do some of that good, just simple report interface stuff. So I've got my public folder with demos and ISDM. So here we'll open this pre-built report that Gregory and I worked on yesterday. Come on, baby. It's coming. Goodness gracious.
Hey, Patrick, I was just checking again on all the answers. Is definitely it's Windows that is winning.
Okay.
In terms of cloud, I see some Azure, I see some AWS, but I think I see a little more Azure than AWS. So,
Okay.
which, funny enough, in the past,
I'm
it was
also,
the opposite.
I'm also curious if anyone is doing BOBJ in the cloud on their own right now, like through Amazon or someone else. Just intrigued by that.
Well, I see, for example, I see Elena is actually on Windows and on Azure. So, Elena, if you want to share, how your experience is with hosting on Azure, we'd be interested to get some comments in the chat box on that. And if any of you, in fact, are on the cloud, on Azure or AWS, please share some feedback and also let us know how the performance are going on that, because I know in some cases it can be a concern, and that really depends more of the architecture. So,
Okay. All right. So here we are in the environment. For those of you who've played with it, you know that we're in reading mode right now. And one of the first things you might see is fold and unfold is back. And I didn't mention that in slides yet because it's later in the deck, but good for you to know that it's here. So I can set my folds and my unfolds. If I right mouse click, you can see that it's year that I'm folding on here. So there we go. We've rolled up 2016 and we have the appropriate aggregation. Here I'm rolling up on state. And again, proper aggregation. As you can see, it's not for every state. You can cherry pick those things that you want to fold or unfold. So just good to know that that's back. And then to undo it, just click again in the same space. So then we come to freeze headers. So a couple of different things we can do. So first and foremost, and again, it's whether I'm in reading mode right now or if I'm in design mode, which I'll show you in a sec. I've got my ability up here to freeze all table headers if that's what I wanted to do. So I can click that without even having to think about it, because it's just something I might want to do for my reports. And if I now scroll down, you'll see that the first headers are staying in place for the upper tables until we lose them. And then we still have the same going forward. So there it is, proof in the pudding that it's back. If I don't want to do it that way, maybe there's just something, a different, one block or another that I want to have freeze. I can do my right mouse click for the contextual menu, and there's the same icon. It then lets me actually freeze and decide how many columns I want to do as well. I just said 0, didn't I? Let's see what happens. No, we're still good there. So it's freezing the header row. And if we were to go left or right, then it would freeze columns for us as well. And then finally, if I go into edit mode or design mode, then the same capabilities are there still too, right? So I've got the freeze all headers, or I can right mouse click and freeze header as well. So just proof that it's back for those of you who were worried about it. And again, it seems like a small thing, but I know that a lot of you were really asking for it. So it's good for you to know that it is back.
Hey, by the way, I see Elena is saying that she's been on Azure for 1 year and works great. They're testing 4.3. And Elena, so there are no performance issues. It's all good, I'm assuming. And Shalaba is saying that he's done, I guess, multiple migration on AWS, and he says it basically has worked great. So
that's great to know. Good for us when we talk about PCE later on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now let's look into the hiding of reports. So I'm going to just take this breaks report and I'm going to duplicate it twice.
Patrick, looks like your connection is really slow today.
Okay.
Since I'm in, you know what? Since I'm in France, I can probably send you some snails when I get back.
A little escargot. I appreciate that.
I know.
All right, so I'm going to rename this one auto hide. And I'm going to call this one hide. Okay, so first I'll go to the hide, and I want to go to properties and the report element format specifically. And down here below layout, I've got my hide options. And for this one, I'm going to hide always. Okay, and apply that. And for the auto hide, yes.
Patrick, there is Deep
Lag.
Mandalia asking, can you please share how the California and Texas fold and unfold? Is this possible? Can you show that since you were on that?
How to do it, how to create it?
No, how to fold it and unfold it.
Oh,
apparently.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. Just a sec. Let me do this auto hide. Then we'll do view mode, and I'll fold and unfold. So here we want to auto hide based on a formula. So I'm going to type a formula in, and I can see from the chart that the only year that's showing is 2016. So I'll consider that something I know to be true. So I'm just going to, if the year is 2016, then I'm going to hide it, check my formula, click OK. So in theory, both of these tabs should go missing when I go into reading mode, correct? Correct. Okay. Except auto hide did not, and that's why, because I did not apply. So let me come back. Let's apply that. Now let's look at it. It's still the, oh gosh, do I have another year on there somewhere? Worked for me last night, of course. Okay. But you get the gist, right? So you can put formulae in that can, you know, if gross revenue is greater than a certain amount, then hide this report. You know, there are various things that you might want to do to do the either hide always or by formula. The fold unfold. So we've got these icons that are popping up whenever a fold exists, right? And so here it's telling us that we have a fold break on values by year. So I can fold that. simply by clicking that icon. So now 26 is rolled up. And here, and you can see it's a different icon, right? This is telling us what it's doing. And this is the icon to actually do it. So the chevron, kind of the downward chevron to do folding or unfolding is there. And then this is an informational, tells you whether we're folding rows and what we're breaking the values on to do the fold. So here it's by state, but specific states, not all states. So there's California, and here's California again. Good?
Awesome. And by the way, we just had a question from Suresh. So yes, this session is live, of course, but is also recorded, and you can check it out on Wisdom with 3 I's. So Wisdom YouTube channel afterwards. So, and please feel free to ask all your questions. We're not taking all the questions with Patrick, but behind we've got Gregory, who's the product owner of Webby, and he'll be answering to all the questions. And if he can't do it today, basically he will be answering to you guys afterwards. Let's move on, Patrick.
Sure. So the next one, we're going to talk about charting, and we're going to look at presentation mode, auto refresh, and some shared elements. So opening up. So, and by the way, this particular chart, this report that Gregory presented with me yesterday has all sorts of, this is not your father's Webby anymore, right? Look at, KPI charts are types now that we have. Formatting of series in a better way.
Oh, it's cool.
Yep.
That's basically, it's a dashboard, so.
Right,
very
exactly.
Nice.
Which is a great
Very
point,
nice.
right? Because Wisdom has presented before how to use Webby as a great lightweight dashboarding tool, which I totally agree with. I think, it's wasted to not show that Webby does have a lot of compelling visualizations now as well and capabilities there.
And you don't need to buy extra licenses, correct? You do
Exactly.
that through Webby. Okay.
Right. So, just some examples of charts that we have, but let's go back to Geo. Okay, so let's go now to presentation mode, which I'm going to open from the menu bar above. And so we have our refresh and display capabilities as well as what we want to show. So let's say we wanted to look at the summary, the geo maps, and the KPI charts. And let's say we wanted to not show the refresh bar. We'll display it in full screen. And so we're going to switch from report to report after 5 seconds. 5 seconds currently is the minimum, but I think Gregory was indicating that they want to try and go down to like 1 second or 2 as well. So we're just not there yet. And here, let's auto refresh the entire document after, say, 1 minute. I'm going to click OK. So I'm now moving into full screen presentation mode, starting with summary. And then in about 5 seconds, we should go to the geo maps. Oh, well, that was the first. So we've just done the first 5 seconds. See it blink again. So now to geo maps. And then we should go to the next one. So for those of you who like to use presentation mode, it's a great little feature for us to share your work in an open environment. And so let me go back to geo maps. And let's get into shared elements now, right? So I'm going to define this chloropleth chart as a shared element. I do that in design mode. Okay, so I'm going to right mouse click on the chart, go down to my shared element contextual menu and save as. Pretty straightforward. I'm going to save it into that demo folder with Wisdom that I've been using. And I'm going to call it PJS Geo. Save it. Okay, so now let's go ahead and close this report, open another one, and utilize that shared element. And it's okay if I don't want to save it. All right, so now we'll open this new document, which I kind of cobbled together a page from some of the various different charts that we saw on the prior report. So, you see all these different ones that we looked at. And again, it's not your usual Webby visuals, right? So here, let's go ahead and insert. And I need to be in design mode to do that insertion. I'm going to insert a shared element. And there's my PJS Geo. So I'm going to insert that. I'm going to put it right here up top. And boom, it's that simple.
And the way to do these dashboards, has it changed a lot since 4.2 SP6, Patrick?
The biggest change, for those of you who haven't played with it, and you've seen me kind of moving to the right side of the screen, we used to have everything on the left in kind of a accordion file style. Now everything that's key to you is on the right-hand side. So there's the main panel, which has your dimensions, your structure and things like that, right? It's got the report structure, the overall structure, and then this wrench is your design panel, which is where you get to object properties and that kind of a thing. So
Probably,
these two panels, yeah. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So probably one of these it'll be interesting to do, maybe a session or something around building dashboards in Webby. If you guys have some interest, please feel free to put a comment, and it's something maybe we can look into in the future. So if you got some interest to do a session around building dashboards in Webby, we'd be happy to arrange that.
That'd be great. Okay, so we also talked about hyperlinking being back. So why don't we take a look at that? So let's say I wanted to turn this text into a hyperlink. So there it is again. A lot of the key things for you in the 4.3 environment, again, to Bruno's point of difference in 4.2. Right mouse clicking gives you contextual menus. So only those things that you can do to the chart or block that you are right mouse clicking on will show up for you. And so here in this case, we didn't see hyperlink before because we weren't looking at text, but now let's go ahead and do that. So I want to add a hyperlink. So you can do it to a target URL, you can do it to an open document statement, whatever you like, or you can actually, within the report itself, let's say we wanted to go to the raw data behind this, right? And so that should be easy enough to do. So nice dialog box, simple to use. And now this is a hyperlink for us, right? So back in viewing mode, if I click on that hyperlink, it takes me to the raw data page, right? Again, simple, but and not terribly huge to some, but very huge to others, right? I was always a huge fan of hyperlinking, especially if we're drilling out to detail versus just having the fold unfold because the data was too big, right? I always like that. Okay. And then one last thing, there's another type of link that a lot of people like to do now, which is element linking. So the hyperlink is great, especially if you're going into detail, but what about from a dashboard mentality, if you wanted to make sure that selection or filtering of a certain object would lead to the other objects on that page being filtered accordingly. So if I go to facelift, let me come back here, back in design mode. So back on my chloropleth chart, I'm going to right mouse click once again, and you see, so for example, you see that hyperlink is missing from my options because it's not appropriate for this type of chart. But element link is, and I'm going to add an element link here. I'm going to link on state. I'm going to call it state. And I want to link on everything, every other chart, so that if I click on a certain state in the chloropleth, I want the other charts to cascade that selection or filter. Okay. So let's say I want to click on Texas. I'm now filtering on Texas, which means that all of the other charts are getting filtered for just Texas as well, as we can see. So This now shows just Texas instead of all the other states. This shows just Texas, and this shows just Texas. So again, not the most earth-shattering capability, but certainly for turning webby documents into something more akin to what someone might consider a dashboard. It's a huge thing, and it's great for analysis. To undo it, simply right mouse click on that, right mouse on the state and remove the filter. Okay, so that's it for demo number 1. Any questions?
Let's take a few questions. I was just chatting offline with Gregory, so he's actually in the process of answering to questions.
Okay.
Okay, let's take a question from. Okay, there is a question from Ayman Salem. Let me read it through. Can you share the information about which Tomcat and which SAP JVM version would be bundled in 4.3 SP2?
That I will have to rely on Gregory for if he has that information.
Yeah, so Gregory, if you don't mind answering to that.
Moving back to my slide deck.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions?
Let's move on, and I think Gregory
Okay.
will answer behind
Sounds
the scenes now.
Okay, so the next subject is unified workflows. So what is this talking about? Well, in 4.3, and especially those of you on 4.3 Service Pack 1, you're aware of this, that in the 4.3 initial releases, we actually ended up with having 2 different query panels based on the type of data we were accessing. So there was one for the semantic query panel, which included your universes, WIDs, BW, and HANA. And then there was a separate query panel for custom data providers, that included like Excel, any text, or freehand SQL. So there was 2 different workflows, and we wanted to align those for consistency and simplicity. And we've done that. So now in Service Pack 2, it's a single common query panel for all data sources, right? So we took the semantic one and essentially added the ability to see text in Excel and freehand SQL, and then even things like OData Web Services and Google Spreadsheets, which we're going to show you in a demo as well. So the common workflows there that you can select the objects, you can add filters, you can preview and run the query. So that's just huge from a, trying to keep it simple versus complex for the end users. Once you've done that, then you also have the ability to change object properties for all of your data sources to include universes and HANA, which is huge, right? So if you bring some data in, and let's look at something we'll show you later, something like year, right? It's numeric, so it might initially be pulled in as a measure because it's a numeric field. So you want to change that to a string and have it as a dimension instead. So that capability is all there in those right side design panels that I just talked about when we talked about user interface differences. And you'll see how easy it is to build them. And then in the query panel, you're doing the creation of the query. You used to be able to do this in the query panel, but now you do it in the report, which really makes more sense to me, frankly, to see the results that are brought back and then do your object property changes.
Definitely. And by the way, Gregory, who's answering all the questions right now, he's known as a LinkedIn user, so there is no name associated to him. So it's the unknown LinkedIn user is actually Gregory, and he's the one answering all the questions. And then Patrick as well, I just got a message where my daughter is following us on YouTube today. And she's sick, she's staying at home, and so she says, Dad, it's cool you're on YouTube. No, I'm just kidding. She says, Dad, you're just too old to be on YouTube. But so that's cool.
So I guess I can't claim to be a YouTube star to my children then.
That's what I try to claim, but although we've got 500 people, I say it's not bad, but she says, no, just to all the standards of all the famous guys on YouTube, you're not 10,000 or more, so not good.
You need to be wearing those glasses more, Bruno. It's more intrusive.
I agree.
Okay. All right. So the change object properties and just some examples of what you can or can't change. For the most part, you can pretty much change everything. In universes, Webby, and HANA and BW, though, You cannot change the qualification or associated dimensions. Other than that, though, you're pretty good to go in terms of changing aggregation methods or descriptions or names and data types, of course. It does occur in the side panel. Again, we'll show you that, right? But then another nice thing is in the tooltip for the object, it will show both the actual value that came from the data source as well as the new value. So as you can see in that box there, there's the initial value and the current value so that you'll know, from a metadata quality standpoint, you'll know where this thing came from, right? And then the display object name will also happen once after you've done the changing by the user. You can see it in the query panel, but here it's simply saying that unlike the early 4.3 releases, you don't change in the query panel itself. Okay, Webby Rich Client. So once again, back in Service Pack 2. So you'll see when we pull up the query panel that there's an option for local. So local data providers of text and Excel. And the other key thing for the Zabo folks out there is that you can refresh on the server. So you don't have to refresh the local. You can actually pull it in and refresh it on the server itself. So zero admin to pull that in and start doing your Zabo mode of Webby Rich Client. So for those who love Webby Rich Client, you're back in business. Then some usability enhancements that we put in. So first, we can now edit variables directly in the Build and Properties tab. So the second of the two tabs, panels that we showed earlier. And there's a non-modal addition of those variables that lets you do name, qualification, description, and the formula, which right now is displayed in kind of a monospace font, which you may recall when we tried to do the auto hide with the formula. But you can still open the broader formula editor, and you might want to do that because we've done a lot of cool stuff there. So we now have colored text in the formula editor. We've also got auto completion of functions and parentheses management. We have added line numbers, and we can wrap lines now. There's an undo, redo, shortcuts, all sorts of good stuff. So I think you'll find when you start playing with the formula editor that it's as powerful as ever, if not more so, because it's got more functionality to help you with your formula creation and the wrapping of lines and auto completions and things like that. Prompts and input controls. This is another user requested change that we put in there. So now the prompt dialog box gets split into two different panels. So on the left, you see the actual question, the prompt, and then on the right, you've got your ability to select values. Another key thing is that in the left-hand side, as you are selecting, you'll see that laundry list being built out so that you don't lose track if it's a huge list of values and you're scrolling down and you're not sure if you did or didn't select something. It'll all show up in the left-hand side under the prompt. So it just gives you more awareness of what you're doing from your prompting standpoint, and it's very nice. From an input control perspective, we've allowed for the resizing of the input control dialog box so that you don't have, text that you're not seeing on the right-hand side of that. And also, you can display the hierarchy tree from which you're selecting for that input control as well. So just, again, nice user interface, user experience enhancements that I think are great from a usability standpoint. Another key one, which may have annoyed a lot of you as it did me, the refresh warning messages that we have, you can see them in the left-hand side. They could ultimately stack up pretty high, right? So now you can reduce the number of the warnings by actually putting a factor to how much partial content you want loaded, and also have a no data retrieved warning section. And so as you can see then in the middle, you can see that Service Pack 2 can show, instead of fully separate cautionary boxes for all of these things, it rolls them up so that the partial content loaded appears under a header and all the different messages are there. So it saves space, less intrusive, less annoying, frankly. And so the icon for the partial refresh warning is still displayed in the toolbar. It's just that you don't have all of that wasted space. The format painter is back as well, which I know a lot of you like. I do as well, certainly when I'm using Excel, but also Webby. Again, back to dashboard design principles. It's great that we can share the formatting easily without having to do it by 3 or 4 steps. Just hit the paintbrush and copy the format. You can also switch to another document now. So if you're doing, if you're looking at a long refresh rate on one of your documents and you wanted to start to open another one to start to do work, you can do that. So that's another back in Service Pack 2. There's a date time picker that we have. So if you're doing date and time selection, you can manually type it in and it'll be auto-corrected for you by the calendar. And you also, for those who prefer to use the date picker with the calendar, you can do that too. And there's an apply now button in the build then data sections of the design panel. So you can do it immediately or not have any change to the server whatsoever yet. So fold and unfold, we've seen that already. Again, on the upper left corner, you'll see what the fold breaks are, what the values are that you're doing the fold on. And then as you mouse down into the table itself, you'll see the chevron to do the folding and unfolding. Dialog boxes, we've also, as I mentioned for the input controls, we've allowed for most of the dialog boxes that pop up now to be resized, maximized, and moved around as well. So again, just from a nice usability standpoint. Another key thing, if you're in the reading mode, so whenever we open a document and we're in reading mode, not design mode, we've simplified and better organized the menu. So it comes down to file options, so you've got your save, undo, redo, export, printing, sending to inbox, help and about, all that good stuff. Then there's the query refresh section. Then under analyze, there's the ability to do filtering, drilling, showing of changes, the data change tracking, all that good stuff. And then from a display standpoint, we've already played with freezing of headers in that. And then there's a fold, so you can do it, fold and unfold everything. So that's a toggle button for that to do all. And then presentation mode we played with as well. And then on the far right side of the user interface, you may recall, I clicked on the reading to turn into design mode, or you can use this drop-down list to specifically say what you want to get to. And also a little hint for a slide that's coming soon. Look at Alt 1, Alt 2, and Alt 3. So you've got keystrokes to do this as well. So shortcuts are an option for you too. And there's the slide. So shortcuts are back for both Windows and Mac. And so, again, I think, Bruno, you'll provide these slides, right? If folks want them. So you'll be able to see.
Yeah, definitely. We'll provide the slides, and as well as you can actually visit our virtual booth.
There you go.
We're working to upload the slides. So since you sent us a little bit late the presentation, I'm not sure if it's on yet. Shame on you, Patrick.
I know, my apologies.
Just shame on you, really. And so, but I know that Chris and the team is actually going to put it on the virtual booth, so you can get it there.
Okay.
And if not, just put a chat, and then we'll send it to you, or visit wisdomwith3eyes.com. And then there you can actually leave a message, and we can always send it to you as well. So
good deal. So, I mean, to me, this is huge because, since my early days of Webby, no matter what tool I'm in, I right mouse click all the time, and I do a lot of keystrokes as well. So, it doesn't always work for me in Excel. It's sometimes useful, but not always. But, I always loved it in Webby, and, so it's nice to see the shortcuts back, as well as the contextual menus that we have with Webby in the right mouse click. Customization features that we've added in. So we've got features that will allow you to hide certain user interface components. It's in the BI, so you can change the BI platform repository. You can hide local things. You can hide web services. You can hide the ability to go to Google Drive. You can hide data sources from the users if you want, and also hide the ability to export or to apply things to schedules and publications as well. So again, for those of you who like to keep a little tighter rein on your end users, this is certainly a nice way for you to do that. And then the semantic layer, right? So in the IDT, this is huge. You now are able to define a geo dimension at the universe level. So it's not something you have to do at the report level now. That's a big, big deal. It is only by latitude and longitude still, but that's okay, because that's the way you have to do it at the Webby front end piece now. So, but again, simplifying it for the end user who's not as familiar with the more complex capabilities of Webby, it's nice that you can actually do this at the universe level. New data connections, right? A huge list here, which I won't recite for you ad nauseum, but I guess, you know, certainly Snowflake is a key thing that has been asked for quite a bit. Cloudera I see popping up a lot as well. So again, you'll have this list and you can take a look at the new things that we're doing, as well as those that are no longer supported. So Excel 10, Access 2010, you know, things that are probably pretty long in the tooth for you to even have on your machines at this point anyway. We will not be supporting those. Yes.
Look, Patrick, there are a lot of awesome stuff in 4.2 SP2, like the geo mapping, all the connectivity is really, really good.
Yep, I agree.
So this is going to be very helpful for so many customers. That's very, very good. I was just chatting with our Patrick offline, who'll be presenting after the session around the upgrade, or on the session,
right,
on the upgrade to 4.3 SP2, and he was just telling me, Bruno, it's you know, it's unfortunate that SAP is actually not promoting more SP2 because it's a great release. So,
no, I agree.
And
Well, but here
I
we
would
are.
say he knows his stuff. So
Here we are.
he
touting
says
it
it's
now.
a hell of a release. That's what his wording is.
I like it. I like it.
No, I agree with it.
When Patrick says that, that's a great thing to know too. So
Definitely.
all right, SDKs, all that good stuff. So first thing we have Webby UI extensions that are back. So you can extend the user interface by adding your own code in side panels, toolbars, and perspectives, right? The creation of the extension has also been simplified. One key thing, though, for those who do love Webby Rich Client, it's not yet supported there, but it will be. And then we've updated the documentation as well, so it's easy for you to do these extensions. We also have certainly something that we introduced in 4.2, but we have some custom elements, right? So we've enhanced the interface to how you select those custom elements once you enable them within your Webby environment. It does have official support of Webby JavaScript APIs, and it's something that we continue to work with partners. Specifically, right now, the two biggies are Need4Viz and Galileo from a mapping standpoint. Yep. And we'll show you some of those because there's also another big announcement related to Need4Viz and Service Pack 2.
Yeah, definitely, and they make actually the dashboards a lot more interactive. Right. And then
exactly.
Galileo, you know, also does excellent work around
mapping. Their mapping work is fantastic. Yep. Okay, so from a RESTful web services perspective, we've got we've updated the APIs for shared elements and for report descriptions and hidden reports. And then we have new OData APIs to retrieve metadata, retrieve data, and then it's not a full OData service, right? So operators are not supported at this point. I'm not sure if they will be, but it's enough for you to do the Webby OData bit. And then that's a good point. I forgot to mention this when we were talking about OData earlier. We talked about how in the very, very beginning, how OData was going to replace the query as a web service and document as a web service, right? So in so doing, 4.2 documents that have query as a web service or document as a web service will still function perfectly fine in 4.3, but you will not be able to edit those web services. OData is going to replace those capabilities. And also, you'll see the use case that we play with to push the OData into Excel, for instance. And you might say, why do that if I have LiveOffice? Well, LiveOffice is on a deprecated path in terms of new development. And so at some point in the near future, it will probably stop being offered as part of the BI suite. I don't know when that is. I'm not saying it's officially end of life or anything. I'm simply saying that it exists right now, but it's deprecated in terms of getting any new love and attention and money. So the OData capability can help replace that, as well as analysis for Office, which is another Office plugin capability that we have. Okay, so back to Need for Viz, right? So it's available as of 4.3 Service Pack 2, which is December, right? We have a kind of a freemium offer from Need for Viz, and it'll be valid for 2 years. And that offer is that you'll be able to, and as Bruno already said, it's great for dashboarding. As Gregory likes to say, right, if Webby's great for ad hoc queries and interactive reporting and dashboarding, then if you want to move into the data visualization world or the data exploration world, then Need for Viz is a great way to help you do that. And so it's anything you might need for BI. And the key thing here is that what you'll get is 7 free content types that you'll have available from Need for Viz for 2 years with this freemium offer. So it's scrolling table, a pivot table, a sand key chart, which I hear offered or asked for quite a bit, radio button, circle packing, OpenStreetMap. So, if you don't go Galileo, if you like OpenStreetMaps, which we've had before, then that's something that's back here with Need for Viz, and traffic lights as well. And you can see the limitations on them, but still, it's free for you to use for 2 years with Service Pack 2. So I think that's kind of a nice little.
Are you trying to be Santa Claus or something like that, Patrick?
Exactly. Okay, now it's time for demo 3, and I somehow skipped demo 2, which I'm realizing now that in the slides they must have been hidden. What all we really missed was the OData conversation that I just had, and I'm going to show you that as well. So,
and we've got about 10 minutes, Patrick.
Okay, that's perfect. There's nothing too crazy here. All right, so let me stop sharing and let's try this one more time.
And I see in the meantime, Gregory, the LinkedIn user, is actually answering to some bunch of questions, so that's pretty cool. Thank you very much. So yeah, you're on, Patrick.
Okay, and of course my time expired, so here we are back. Okay. Hold on one sec. Okay, so let's do this. In the interest of just 10 minutes, let's look at one. So first thing I'll do is I will open up our recent document. And just to show you how easy it is to do, I will go to the raw data page. In design mode. And I will right mouse click on the table. Get my contextual menu up and copy a link for OData Web Services. So you can see how to do an open document generation as well. But here we're just going to create this as an OData Web Service. And so now, and it's sort of counterintuitive, but what if I wanted to go back and create a new Webby document? So I'm creating a new Webby doc. I get my query panel up. And what are my choices? So one of my choices is web services. So I will use that web service to try and build a new Webby document. The reason I'm wanting to show you this is because this is kind of a first step for us getting to other web service types as well. So right now with Service Pack 2, it's just the Webby OData web service that we can consume. But we are moving down the path of being able to consume many more different web services that come even from third parties. So this is sort of a just make you aware that it's there kind of a thing. So let's click OK. Let me paste that in. Oh, and there's a server bounce problem in the back, which I did not get bounced before the demonstration started. So I can't actually fully show that now. I apologize. But the key thing there is you see how easy it was to create that OData link, right? Not a whole lot of steps to it. You simply right mouse click on the data set that you want to turn into an OData, and you build it there. If I were to...
Hey, Patrick, maybe we
Yes.
have to ship to all the audience some popcorn so that they can all enjoy
There you go.
popcorn while you're
While
trying
I'm
to load
bouncing
things
things.
at the speed of a snail.
Exactly.
And,
Is that my new nickname, Snail?
next time we meet you, we'll probably bring you some bunch of popcorn. So
Sounds good. Okay. All right. So just a few more minutes. So let me do this. Let me pull up that document one more time and just show a quick custom elements aspect. So since this was our kind of what are some cool visuals, we'll add some more real quick. Okay, so on this page, I'm going to go to design mode. And this time, I'm going to add a custom element. And this is that dialog box we talked about, right? And we've got fully loaded need for viz capabilities. If you were to do that freemium offer, you'll see some of these, including the sand key chart. So let's go ahead and look at what that might look like. So I'm going to put that here. So now we've got a nice sand key chart. I'll blow that up a little bit. Let's come over here to the properties. So we can look at all the different things we can do with that. We can edit this name if we wanted to for the block. Again, these design panels are huge in terms of what you're going to want to be doing with the document. Let's open the dimensions and measures, see if there's anything we want to do there. And seeing none, let's just go ahead and back and do the basics. What do we want to put in this thing? So I know that this will not be, for those of you who are true analysts, this is not the best sand key description in the world, but it'll work. So let's do lines, drag and drop, and then let's do stores, drag and drop. And then the size of the flow, we might want to do with a measure. So let's do number of products, or the count of products. And then let's apply. And boom, that's simple, right? Again, not the best example of what a real sand key might want to look at or what you want to measure with it, but I think you get the gist. These need for viz visuals are great additions to Webby from more of that dashboarding visualization standpoint, data exploration with the tabular types that they have, and 7 of them are free for you with Service Pack 2. And with that, I will say any other questions, and thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you very much, Patrick. So let's just take 1 or 2 questions because we'll need to move on with the second Patrick of the day, Patrick Perrier, who's based in London. And Camille is asking, what about Live Office? So is there anything specific for Live Office?
So as I mentioned, it's on a deprecated development path, so there's nothing new with Live Office per se. In fact, if anything, with Service Pack 2, you'd want to start looking at how to ponder using the OData instead of Live Office, or start to look at analysis for Office as an alternative.
And around SAC, so I assume the connectivity, there's some improvements with 4.3 SP02?
Yes. The live universe connectivity to take a universe or a Webby document as a data source for SAC gets better from the enterprise readiness standpoint each release. And
will, I saw a question, will 4.3 SP2 be supported by SAP Private Cloud Edition, PCE?
It will.
Okay, awesome.
In fact,
yeah.
There are a couple slides on that if you want me to show those real quick.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
Let's
right.
probably 2 more minutes and then we'll have
absolutely.
to shift to
Not
Patrick.
a problem. Not a problem. It's a lot of slides that were shared with me. So, all right, let's get that going. Product direction. So this is key to that argument, right? So what we're seeing here, the timeline, right? Service Pack 2 is coming out in December. Service Pack 1 came out last December. We're now moving to a point release every year. And that's also included then with PCE, right? So that flows into that as well. So we're showing, Service Pack 3 in 2022 and Service Pack 4 in 2023. That's the extent of our planning right now. I'm not saying that Service Pack 4 is the last, because we're, of course, going to maintain BOE until at least 2027. Where we're going from here, we're bringing the data manager back. We've got integration with Google Drive. If I'd had more time, I would have shown you how to access a Google Sheet within Google Drive to source a Webby document. We're going to be doing the same with OneDrive and SharePoint. So this SharePoint integration is not like the old SharePoint kit where you're rendering BOBJ in SharePoint. It's using content stored in SharePoint as data sources for Webby documents. So that's key to understand. We're adding, trend lines are coming in. We're going to keep improving dashboard type creation within Webby and the interaction as well. Custom tooltips, keep on the formatting capabilities. We'll keep adding to it. And that's kind of I think you see the general direction, right? It's keep it simple, keep adding to the UI and UX capabilities, keep adding to dashboarding and visualization standpoints so that you've got the best of the analytics side of Webby with the best of kind of the visual world that a lot of people want to see these days. And then this is what maintenance looks like. So 4.2 Service Pack 9 is the terminal service pack for 4.2. Supported right now through Priority 1 until the end of 2024. 4.3 then is set to have Priority 1 end in 2027, although, of course, that could be extended. And you say, then what happens after that? Well, we're trying to move everyone to BOBJ Private Cloud Edition after 2027. And what is that? It is simply a cloud-managed version of BOE. All of the tools that you're using today that aren't deprecated are still going to be there in BOE PCE. As it is right now, it's Service Pack 1, but to Bruno's question and point, BOBJ or BOE PCE will become Service Pack 2. And for those of you who've installed it, it's at you have a choice of when you want that to happen. So BI 4.3 is the place to go, all that good stuff. So that's it, Bruno. And I'll turn it over to the other Patrick. But thank you all for your time again. A lot of information. It's a great release. So please look at the slide, download for anything that was missed in the time. But there's some great stuff to be had in there.
So Patrick, it was a great pleasure to have you today. And next time we meet, I'll just bring you popcorn and snails as well. So thank you very much, Patrick.
All right, thanks, guys.
Yes, the snails are good. Yeah, trust me. Thank you very much, Patrick. It was a pleasure to have you. So, well, we have the also world famous Patrick Perrier from London.
Hey,
How's it going,
Bruno,
Patrick, today?
Patrick. Hey, very good. Patrick Sims, how are you doing?
I'm well, sir. How are you?
Man, what an awesome release.
Yes.
I know Bruno said I was chatting with him on the side, but it's glad to see the parity, of course. Everything that was missing is back, but back with the vengeance, with so many new things. So yeah, it's really awesome.
And I'm excited to see your session, see how easy it is to upgrade it.
Well, let's see about that. Right, Bruno, want to do a mini intro before we start?
Yeah, so overall, the goal of today is to do a live upgrade from 4.2 SP8 to 4.3 SP2. And just to remind you that SP2 will be out in December. So Gregory, make sure you make that happen because we've announced it. And so Patrick in this process is going to show how to do the upgrade and also how to leverage 360 to be doing that upgrade. And he'll be sharing some tips and tricks as always. So we'll have a lot of fun with you, Patrick. Let's get things started.
Excellent. Christoph, you should see my screen. Excellent. All right.
So Patrick, I won't do any bad jokes today, or I'll try not to. So
all right. It will be a challenge for you, Bruno, I think.
I'm looking forward for our event next month, when we'll do the user group, and I'm looking forward to see your awesome Christmas sweater. So I could do a lot of jokes about that.
Yeah, everybody, there'll be a 360 user group in a few weeks, and it will be Christmas celebration with jumpers and champagne. So hopefully we'll see you there. But right, okay, the topic of the day is doing a live upgrade from, we picked 4.2 SP8, but if you are with any 4 releases, 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, it will be the same thing, and we'll go to 4.3 SP2. So Patrick Sim showed you SP2. We'll go to that same environment here. So if anybody is planning to go to SP1 instead of SP2, because it's not released just yet, again, the steps are the same, but we thought it would be a great opportunity to show you the latest and greatest. Now, you may have seen this slide before. What is your path to migrating to 4.3? Well, it depends where you're coming from. And in the previous release, Bruno asked which versions, you people online today were coming from. The majority were in 4.3, sorry, if not that 4.2, which is great. And I'll come back to that in a second. But if you're not in 4.2, and some of you happens to still be perhaps on 3.1, we see this from time to time, then you need to migrate to 4.2 first before you can then thinking about going to 4.3. Right? So you cannot go from 3.1 to 4.3 straight away. That's the important bit here. So the scenario most common for the vast majority of the people here, like I said, you're in 4 point something, you want to go to 4.3, it can be done directly, right? So if you are on premise, you're at home with your own server, you can either install 4.3 straight on top of your 4.1 or 4.2, that's called an in-place update, or you can do it side by side by using a promotion tool, either the one coming with BusinessObjects, or you can use our own promotion tool coming with 360 Suite. Now, I'm not going to do this again because I have in the past. So again, this scenario of doing in place. So you install 4.3, only SP1 because SP2 is not out yet. So 4.3 SP1 straight on top of your 4.2. It's technically possible. I wrote a blog about this. You see the link here. It's on the SAP SCN. We'll be sharing slides. So you can have a look at the pros and cons of doing an in-place upgrade. Not my favorite personally. I prefer side by side. But here we go. There's a blog highlighting the pros and cons. The scenario number 2 is side by side. And again, that's like I just said, it is my favorite method because you can start with a newer server, you can have a fresher operating system, you can update a lot of drivers and everything. There's no downtime. Again, there's a number of pros and cons for doing a side-by-side upgrade. We have done in the past with Bruno, and I'm highlighting these YouTube link here on our YouTube channel. The previous presentations that we've done. So a lot of the questions we receive is what are the prerequisites? What are the steps? Do you have any checklists? Do you have any list of items to test? The answer to all of these questions you will find in these previous 3 webinars or recordings that we've done before, where I have done a live side-by-side upgrade from 4.2 SP8 to 4.3 SP1. So again, I recommend you having a look at this presentation.
And all these presentations and the presentation of today is available on our virtual booth. So we'll put a link to that in the comment box. And you can also go on our YouTube channel, which is actually our Wisdom channel, that you can visit, and then you'll see there all these past recordings.
Absolutely, I put the link here. It's a good place to plug it. We do a lot of events, as you have seen today, and you might know already. All of these things are always recorded, including this session today, and they will be uploaded on our YouTube channel very shortly. Okay, so what are we going to do today? So today will be a side-by-side upgrade, because the scenario we'll be doing is I want to move from my on-premise server installation that you've had for many years, and you want to go to a hosted platform in the cloud, right? So, and by this now, I don't mean you have a VM on AWS or Azure that you maintain everything yourself, right? That's kind of the same as being on premise, in the sense that you control the OS, you control the VM, you add and remove CPU and RAM and disk as you please. The only difference is that physical server, if you want, is not in your own server room. It's somewhere in the cloud. You have full control around it. Now, I do realize there's the challenges with network bandwidth and communication, but in terms of you dealing with the operating system, it's exactly the same as being on-premise here. By hosted, I mean either you have a third-party company hosting these business objects for you. There is a number of SAP partners doing that, or PCE. So specifically today, I want to talk about the PCE, which Patrick Sims just explained briefly a few minutes ago. And Bruno did a session with Patrick Sims specifically on that a few weeks ago. Again, you can find on our YouTube channel. But Bruno, for the people who might not have been here a few minutes ago, just to give a bit of concept, could you explain what PCE is, please?
Yeah, so PCE, as we were discussing a little bit earlier as well with Patrick Sims, is overall it's business object on hyperscalers such as AWS, Azure, or Google Cloud, as an example, and it's being hosted by SAP. And hosted and managed by SAP. So it's your on-prem deployment that you're actually moving to the private cloud edition of Business Objects, and from there, once it's on 4.3 on PCE, then SAP will handle all the upgrades, all the service packs. So they'll be responsible for doing that. And I think as of 4.3, there'll be about 1 SP per year. So you won't need to worry about that. SAP will do that for you. And in terms of administration, all the remaining part of administration will still need to be done by each environment, because there are always some things that are specific, but at least you don't need to worry anymore about doing the upgrades, which it's always the most fun part. So.
Absolutely. So SAP will be managing the operating system for you, the installation of business objects, and patching or updating it. In terms of administering business objects, so doing the security model, for instance, or configuring the services, like increasing from 5 to 10 the job servers, or changing timeout values for Webby. So controlling or configuring the application itself, business objects in the CMC, that is still done by you, though. So again, SAP takes care of the machine, the hardware, the CPU, the RAM, the disk, installing the software and patching the software. Everything application-based remains yours as it is today.
Yes, and also in terms of all the testing, as always, you can still leverage 360. In fact, it's something that is still your responsibility. So, that has to continue. And 360 is the official partner of SAP for PCE. And we're doing a lot of work with SAP in order to help customers move to PCE. So there are a lot of advantages, and there are a lot of new things that have been put in place in the past 2 months. So I highly recommend that you look into it. It's really good. And additionally, you can convert it's going to be on a subscription model. So that's pretty nice.
Okay, so that's the context of what we're trying today. You have 4.2 or 4.3, right? So you have business objects on-premise on your own server, and you wish to go to the private cloud edition, PCE, hosted by SAP. and you want to do the work here. Now, a final point on what the real difference is between being on-premise or a VM on Azure AWS that you control versus being hosted by somebody else is the level of access and decisions that you have. First of all, you may not have the choice of the operating system. Now, thankfully for BusinessObjects, it's not that critical, but it's still important to know for a number of reasons. PCE is Linux only, right? So, but technically speaking, there's no issue. You can go from 4.2 Windows to 4.3 PCE, which is Linux. If I didn't tell you, you might not even have known, actually, right? But it's important because not every components of BusinessObjects are supported or working on Linux. So you need to keep that in mind. And some of your database drivers, which were Windows drivers, now they have to be Linux drivers, which again, there will be an equivalent for sure, but it means you want to probably test things a bit more than you did before. Another thing is you may not have access to do a remote desktop, and with PCE you will not have access to do that. Like I said, SAP or these third-party SAP partners, they host things for you. So the operating system, the antivirus, the configuration of a lot of these things is done by them, not by you. So you will not have remote desktop access to just go and do a little hack in on a file somewhere or in the registries if it was Windows. So again, you may not have and you will not have access to that with PCE. Sizing and storage may not be as flexible as what you want. With PCE, for instance, it is a t-shirt size. I think the t-shirt size is pretty good. So t-shirt size medium will give you X RAM, X CPU in the space. It's been done really well. So in the PCE case, not an issue here again, but keep that in mind. PCE, once again, it will not be you managing these things here. With PCE, you will not have admin rights on the box itself, like we said already, but you will have full admin rights on your business objects, like I said before. So again, at least this is really good. You have full control on the business objects applications. That's great. Now, think about changes that you want to do. Again, it's not you who controls the architecture of it, right? So tomorrow, you need to open a new port on the firewall. You need to contact SAP, or you need to contact those people doing the hosting for you, right? So these changes may not happen as fast as you'd like, and do check the terms and conditions because there might be a cost associated with doing changes after the initial configuration. So to get the setup right at the beginning is important. And I'll come back about the preparation and how you can do the best prep for that. Bruno did not mention it, but same as the previous session, if you have any comments or questions, please go ahead on the LinkedIn page, and we'll come back during these sessions. Okay, so if you know us, we like to create past a number of steps to put a picture, an image on what it might look like for you if you choose to move to a hosted platform or PCE in this case. And I will go through these steps one by one, and I'll do quite a bit of demo, live demonstration as well in the next few minutes. Well, let's do it right now, actually. Let's jump straight to the point.
Awesome.
Bruno,
Thank you very much, Patrick.
Any questions or comments?
Yeah, I'll go through a couple questions. So Raghu was asking, can we upgrade in place from 4.2 SP7 to 4.3 SP1?
Yeah, any 4.1 and above to 4.3 you can do in place. Again, I do recommend have a look at my blog or look at the previous sessions where I have highlighted a number of of pros and cons. I'm not saying do it or don't do it, but I think you will appreciate having a little bit of insight before you start. But the answer is yes.
And then I saw another question around on PC is, since PC is on Linux, what will happen to our Crystal reports?
Nothing at all. They will work as it is today. Now, this may be a question referring some comments that were made that after 2027, Crystal reports may not be working on a Linux operating system after 2027. So there's a lot of time left for that. But as far as 4.3 is concerned, there's no difference. 4.3 on Linux or Windows, except for the very specific plugins that is already the case, are not supported on Linux. There are no changes. But after 2027, there might be changes to what will continue to work or not on Linux. And yes, as far as we can hear at the moment, Crystal reports might be one of these things. Yes.
Awesome. So are you ready for the upgrade?
I am ready, but no smoke and mirrors. So first of all, I just want to show everybody that we are talking about a 4.3 SP2 environment. It's not the exact environment that Patrick Sims used earlier, but it is still, as you can see here, 4.3 SP2 with the everything that was demonstrated before. So this is, an example of a WebE with the updated interface, which is great. And I want to thank SAP to let us use it's not even a beta, it's a pre-dev release of SP2 for this session, which is awesome. Okay, so the first things first, before you start, is important to prepare, right? You are going to migrate to a server which is not installed and not configured by you. So you need to tell these people, so SAP, right? You need to tell them what you have, what you need, how it's configured, so they can deliver that configuration which works for you. Now, doing an assessment or pre-upgrade, pre-migration assessment, and we have, we've done a white paper on this, and I've done a session with the top 10 tips on this. It's a lot of steps. So, like Bruno said, we are of course an SAP partner. We are the how do you call this, Bruno? We are the preferred partner. How do you call that?
Yeah, we're the official partner, actually.
Official
for PC,
partner
in terms of software to help for upgrades. There's a bunch of other partners as well out there. I saw a question from Nathan Truon, who's from Protivity, and of course he's doing a lot of PC migration. In fact, he's got a quite big one right now, so it's great.
Excellent. So what I've done here is, so on this server, I have my 4.2 SP8 environment, as you can see here. Here you go. That's my 4.2 SP8, and I'm going to migrate to this one here, which is not on this server. This is in the cloud, right? Hosted for real by SAP, which is 4.3. So I want to do a pre-migration assessment, and there's great partners like Protivity who can work, with you to do this. And 360, our solutions, right, can help you doing that as well. So the sort of things that is important is, what I would typically say is just migrate everything you have, right? Migrate everything you have from your 4.2 to SP3, a big bang push of everything you have. And then you can do some cleanup. And once you've done the cleanup, then you can do some tests. But this is quite relevant, I think, when you are doing on-premise, side-by-side. You have all the time in the world. You control everything. It's fine if you change your mind and you make mistakes and that sort of things. Now you're going to go, like I said, somewhere else. You've made decisions about the t-shirt size. You have informed SAP, right? I need connectivity to Oracle and SQL and Snowflake and all of these things needs to be done to make sure that your databases are working. And well, I think it's a good opportunity this time to do either some cleanup before you promote, so you don't promote everything, or then you make a pre-selection of what you want to promote, and then you do a selective promotion to the environment. So let's say you have 1,000 reports. Instead of promoting 1,000 and then you delete half that are never used, well, maybe you want to, in your source, remove these 500 and then you promote just the good ones. Or you don't delete anything, but you find a way to select only the 500 reports that you want, and then you promote it. And I'll come back about all this. But in terms of preparation, we will give you tons of information here, right? So pre-document your security. So you make sure that your security is still going to be promoted fine in the future. It's easy to break security when you do promotion. If you don't configure your third-party authentication properly, if you don't import the groups and the users at the same times as the object. So you will need these reports after the migration to do a side-by-side comparison of have I migrated my security properly. Same thing with the scheduling here, right? You need to make sure that the sizing of the new server can take care of all of your scheduling. You need to make sure that if you are using any destinations like FTP or email or disk, that these are configured properly, that you have all the rights, like an email server, for instance. So with 360, we can give you, a full analysis of the instances that are currently being scheduled on a recurring basis, but also the things from the past to help you configure and manage all of these things. And same thing with the instances. We see companies with tens, sometimes hundreds of thousands of instances from the past, the last 10, 15 years. Do you really want to promote all of the instances to this new environment? Is it time to do a bit of cleanup? Maybe you want to clean all of them, or do a partial cleanup for some reports, keep the last 10 years of instances, but others keep 10 or only 1 year, that sort of thing. So how to be granular with this. And this is the power of 360 here. BusinessObjects has a lot of good features to do all or nothing. Promote everything or promote nothing, or clean everything or clean nothing. We have the ability to say, I want to keep 3 of this, 5 of that, 2 months of this. I want to promote only these things, but not of these things. You can be so flexible and granular and in such an easy way, which is why you love our solutions if you want to, if you choose to migrate to PCE. So instances here. Now, this environment is not massive. I have 800 megs of content here, but you have seen your end users with gigs and gigs of inboxes. Do you need to push all of their inboxes to the cloud? So again, this solution of ours here will help you to see what you have, make the best decision. Bruno talked about licenses here. Make sure that the new server has enough power for the number of users that need access to your platform. But also, this will tell you how many users are using the system. And part of the PCE offering is SAP will want to negotiate with you to convert your unused BusinessObjects licenses to go to SAC or negotiate your subscription model. So to have a clear picture of what your peak sessions are and how many users are using a named or concurrent and who they are. Again, that will go a long way towards your negotiations with SAP to have an exact picture of and no guessing of what you have.
Yeah, definitely. And there is a direct impact of the amount of users to the t-shirt size as well for PCE. And typically we see about 30% of licenses are not used. In terms of content, I think it's around 60% of content that has not been used in the past 13 months usually. So, yeah.
So, and in terms of preparation, I'll go a bit quickly here, but documenting the documents that you have. Do you have reports which are unpurged? Unpurged reports means they are big files. Bigger file means it takes more time to promote all of that content to the cloud. So maybe you want to purge some or all the Webby reports automatically. And again, 360 can help you to automate that entire process. I'll come back to that. Impact analysis, it is very powerful because, again, to understand which universe is using which data source and which reports are impacted will be a big deal if there's any database connectivity issue now that you're hosted in the cloud. And finally, usage and non-usage. We can do for all this for the reports and the users, but I'll show you here for the universes. But it's quite powerful to see which universes are used and which objects in these universes are used or not. Again, if you take this opportunity here to not promote everything that you own from your on-prem to PCE, well, you might want to remove universes. If you remove universes, well, then remove the reports that goes with it, probably, unless you want to keep the instances. If you have universes like this one here, where you have only 100 objects out of 481 which are used, maybe you want to have a look what these objects are, so you can either remove them, hide them. Maybe they are based on the linked universe that you need or don't need. So again, you have a great opportunity to do some analysis to understand what you want to keep and not keep. Right, and like I said, configuring this other platform. So that was step 1 and 2, right? So analyze your data, get prepared, understand about your licensing. If you choose to do some cleanup before promoting to PCE, you want to make sure you have a backup. Now, we talked about this many times before in the past with 360, but there's obviously the number one type of backup. Make sure you back up your system database and your file store, right? So at least you have your entire platform backup. That's the very least that you need. But if you're going to go and purge some Webby or delete some universes, reports, or users, well, you want to make sure it's easy to recover these individual objects in case you deleted something you don't want to. And with 360, it cannot be simpler. You create a backup task. A backup task is a single line here, and every single object in the platform will be backed up individually, which means that if anything happens, you can always go to your recycle bin and you can restore any kind of objects, including the users, including the personal document, which will be lost. It's not part of the recycle bin with BusinessObjects, for instance. And if I go to users, do I have any users here? I don't have any users, so I'm not going to cheat, but I'll show you. Users. Right, and I'll delete. Here you go. User 1, I'm going to delete it right now. All associated personal document inboxes have been lost. As you know, here we go. My user 1 is now recognized as being deleted, and I can go and restore that user, the latest version of it, or older version in the past. But the power is I can recover individual objects. I don't have to restore my entire server if all I want to bring back is one object. So that's important. Once you have the backup and you want to do some cleanup, that's great. We have a lot of admin tasks for you. So I can call it pre-migration cleanup, right? So here you go. Create a task. I want to run it now or later. And now I can do a lot of things. Archiving instances, it's something you might want to consider. Let's say you have 10,000 instances. It's not, it's not crazy to believe that it might be 100 gigs of instances? Do you want to promote 100 gigs of PDF or Excel spreadsheet back to PCE, right? You may not choose to do that. What you could do here, say, hey, I want to archive, right, some or all my instances, and I only care about the ones which are in PDF, Excel, and CSV format, and I want to save them to my I don't know, backup instances. If I'm running this here, it didn't like my data source because I need to pick something here. But if I'm running this, these instances, especially if I click remove, will go from BusinessObjects, be saved to a local hard drive, and then I can remove them from BusinessObjects. By doing only these few clicks here, I'm going to take these 10,000 instances, save them out of BO, then delete them, cleaning a lot of disk space, but you're still not losing the history. Now, like I said, and that's what it's asking me here to do, I said this before, and that's true for everything I'll show you today. We don't have to do the all or nothing. It doesn't have to be all instances or no instances. I can say only the ones which are older than, I don't know, a year, or only the ones which are older than a year but belongs to these and these folders, right? I can be as granular as I want to be here. But that might be something you want to do. Take your instances out of BusinessObjects, only keep what you use, but keep your history anyway in case you need them in the future. We can do the same with the reports. Clean your inboxes if they have content which are unread or been read for a long time. Maybe you simply want to delete your instances, remove content in folders, purging Webby reports. That will reduce the disk space by a lot, making your backups faster and your promotion faster. So there's so many things here, as you can see, we can do on the reports, the universes, on the users, on the groups, tons and tons of cleanups that can be done here. And this is something safe to do because we've done a backup just before. All right, so if I go back to my slides, to my slide 2 seconds here. So I've prepared by doing a full audit of my system. My new environment is configured. I've done a backup, and maybe I've done some cleanup, which I think is a great thing to do before you generate that bigger file to go to the cloud. I'll come back to that. If you are not in 4.2 or 4.3, you may want to upgrade to 4.3 first before going to PCE. Especially, well, if you're coming from 3.1, you'll have no choice, right? So that's what it shows here. So if you're not, if you're not in a supported path, you'll have to do some upgrades work first before you can go to PCE. A second thing you might want to do before going to PCE is to convert your UNVs to UNX. Now, I'm not sure if it was mentioned by Patrick Sims just before, but UNVs are still supported in 4.3 SP2. They are going to be supported for the duration of 4.3, so that's up to 2027, but the life after 2027 will not support UNVs. Now, the only quick analogy I'll say here, the only quick thing is when it was time to do a switch from Desky to Webby, right? SAP said you have 10 years to do it, or 7 years, or whatever the amount of years was. Well, yet we had plenty of people when 4 was released that were not ready. They still had thousands of Deskys, and then, well, there was a problem. I would recommend, this is not a prerequisite to go to PCE, but it's definitely a good timing to reflect and think what you want to do with your UNVs. So with 360, find out which Webbies are used by these UNVs. Look at their activity, their actions. Are they, first, they're connected to that UNV, but are they used or not? Is there any scheduling happening or not? Maybe the job is going to be a lot less than you think. But if you have UNVs which are really used by a lot of Webbies, converting to UNX is generally simple. It is only a few clicks, but then you will want to repoint, of course, your current Webby report from UNV to UNX, and 360 has a one-click action to do this, which is actually right here, which we can schedule or we can do manually, but repoint Webby universes. So one click here, Webby is pointing to that old universe UNV, now to point to this UNX. Again, no risk because you have a backup of everything. So not a prereq, but keep that in mind that it could be a good timing to do this. All right then, so the prep. Bruno, before I go with the actual live demo of doing this, is there any comments or questions we should?
We can probably address the questions after. I'm just eager to go to the demo and then actually take a couple questions since time is flying.
Okay, so if we do it the business objects way, you open this tool here called the Promotion Management Wizard. So it is something that gets installed automatically on your server. So this is the promotion management of my 4.2 SP8. And again, in previous recording I've done, I spent a lot of time explaining all the different options here. But quick thing I would say is make sure you have enough temp space. This is tricking a lot of people. I'm going to log on to my 4.2 environment. Okay, and now I am going to generate an LCM beer file. Beer file, if you don't know, it's an offline package. It's one file, a big file, that will contain everything that you select. And that file, we will then import it manually in 4.3 SP2. If you had firewall access between your source and your destination environment, there'll be no problem to do this. But in this case, we don't. In this case, I have to rely on an LCM beer file. So from my source is my 4.2 right here. In my destination, I'll just save it on my D drive here, and I say promote to 4.3 SP2 file. You can put a password if you want. Next. I can take a copy of everything. In some cases, you'll want to do that. In other cases, you will not. You'll want to do selective. For instance, I want let's go to here. I want this folder here, but I don't want this folder because it's a dev environment. You can decide if you want to get all the instances, only the recurring ones, or don't get instances at all. So as you can see here, you don't have this granularity I was talking about earlier. So it could be good enough for most people, but you don't have the granularity. Do you want to include the dependencies or not? I would recommend you do so, but again, it depends of your steps. If you want to import the security or not, if you do, you need to bring the users and the groups at the same time, right? But I'll just leave it like this for now. So,
are you in full screen mode, Patrick? Yes, that's awesome.
That's the biggest I can do. Okay, yeah, good point. Yeah. So I'm going to do selective. I'll just pick one folder for the sake of time here. I click next. Because I said I wanted dependencies, they are being calculated. So it's going to tell me which universe or universes. So here we go. I need a universe connection. I need these universes. And other objects. Perfect, that's what I want. Then when I click next, it's doing a final little check. Perfect. This is what I'm going to do. 17 folders, some Webbies, and then I click start. And then in the background, what that's doing, it's taking my selection and it's going to generate. It's going to be fairly quick, and it's going to, on my D drive, just need to wait for this to finish. Here we go, right there, 5.6 megs. I have this beer file. Once I have the beer file, I need to log on to my destination, which is 4.3. Let's do this here. yeah, so again, this is 4.3 SP2. I go to promotion management. I could do it with this tool here, the promotion management wizard, the 4.3 version, which I don't have access to. I don't have the client tools on this box here, but it doesn't matter. I can do it over the web here, and I'll just import. I'll select this bear file, my D drive. Where is it here? There you go. I need to select where I want to publish it to. So this local environment, by local I mean 4.3 SP2. Okay, it's creating a new task, a summary of what it's going to bring, exactly what I've selected before. I can promote to run now or later. For bigger bear file, I like to do schedule, so keep track of it in the background. But for the sake of this, and you can see here, it's running, and it's going to take, I don't know, a couple of minutes to bring the entire content. I can probably even close this, and here we go. It's not done yet, but you can see that it has started to bring some of my content. So it is actually that simple to move content from A to B. So this is the BusinessObjects way. Generate bear file, and then you import it via the web page. The power with 360 is especially for the bigger deployments here, where you will not want to promote everything. You might want to be selective. And with 360, there's a number of ways we can help you with this. So we have a web page here with a promotion, and I could say, I don't know, promote to 4.3 SP2 from my local environment. Same thing here. I'll go to a bear file, no problem. But now what I can do is I can be selective. Instead of saying I want to bring my public folders and then decide which public folder I want, I can do things, for instance, like filters here. So using 360, I can say, right, if any object has been used in the last year, I want them to receive a tag, like, I don't know, used, right? And then I could tell 360 only promote the object that have been tagged with use to the new environment. So don't need to delete anything and then promote. No, keep everything, just tag the things that you like, and then you promote them using these tags here. So if you want to do incremental promotion, that would be very simple. I don't know, everything which is linked with HR and all their dependencies, tag them HR, then you promote HR, and you're only promoting this content here. So promoting by labels, by tags, this is something incredibly powerful. Another thing you might want to do here also is, I mean, all of you will have these things like dev or ZZ don't delete, and I've seen this so many times over the years. Well, you could very simply use the cart here, right? I want to add this folder to the cart. We see there's one thing in the cart here in the top right. And then over here, I want to add also this thing to the cart, and you add users and universes and all these things, and your cart increases. And at the end, you just go ahead and you promote only that selection that you've added in the cart. So yeah, the ability to promoting only selectively is very good. Bruno, have I been clear about the different ways here to do the promotion?
Yeah, to me it's crystal clear. So I think it's very helpful. That's cool.
Excellent. And yeah, and conscious of time here as well. So once you have promoted, so you have stuff, on this new server, you want to make sure everything is there. That's step number 6, and that everything is working. That's step 7 and 8. So 360, if we go back to these reports that I've shown you earlier, we have a lot of compare reports here, compare universes, compare or report documentation here. We have compare security model, which is not here, but right here. So compare that the way things were before. Before you had 1,000 WebE, you still have 1,000 WebE. You had 50 groups and users with specific memberships. It's still the case, right? Comparing the before and after, just in terms of counting of objects, you can automate that entire process just by checking a couple of reports rather than having to click all over the place, which obviously will be extremely time consuming.
And that's a big deal because it's like migrations, upgrades, it's like a box of chocolate. It always looks good, but there's always something that doesn't taste good, so you better find it. So
yeah, you're not going to, realistically, you're not going to click on every folders and subfolders to check the security models and options of everything, right? So having one report that tells you straight away, is there a difference or not? And if there is a difference, where it is, it's extremely powerful. Same thing, your reports, are they still working? Still working means what? Do they still refresh? That will validate the universe, the connection, database connectivity. This is not your server anymore. You're hosted somewhere. So validating that the reports actually refresh with the speed that you expect, and they give you the data and the formatting that you expect as well, is very important. And this is something that you do want to automate and not have to do manually. So you test a lot because you can, not test a little because nobody likes this thing and it's time consuming. So here's an example here. Here, I've only tested 3 reports, but imagine there could be hundreds in here, right? This report here, everything is green. Thankfully, nothing's highlighted, everything is green. It worked. I'm very happy. This one here, you can see it's orange, and we have things highlighted in red here. Or we see differences. Before it was 115, now it's 138. So there's clearly a difference with 2013. There's a data difference, which is causing a chart difference as well. So I'm not happy with that at all. And this tool here has compared, the different pages, the data, the formatting, and the graphical element. But I said performance is important. See, this is an example here I did when I migrated my universe pointing from SQL Server to Snowflake. Well, in this case, I'm happy. I moved from 21 seconds to 5 seconds. Very happy with that. But the other way around, I wouldn't be so happy. So again, validating the user experience and validating that the data is right. And this is a machine. This is a tool doing this for you, right? This tool here, this one report has 954 pages. That was created. It's documented. It's proven that you have tested everything. No human can replace this level of perfection and speed to test content. So again, part of that same 360 package offering I was talking about, you get all of these things. So once that everything is there, that your reports look good and the performance is as you expect, well, you kind of go live now. You're ready. But once you're live, and now you do have 360 because, well, you have used 360 for the first 8 steps. Well, continue to use 360 for the future. Not only do backups because you want to do cleanup. No, do backups so you can delete anything that you lost, but have a full disaster recovery strategy, right? With 360, I go back here. Yes, you do backups, and backups, like I said, for a fully comprehensive recycle bin, but you do it because you can roll back, and roll back, you do that when there's been a disaster, and you can, recover all of your deleted object from a point in time to another environment. This is extremely powerful.
And
Also,
Patrick,
yes.
very often I hear customers saying, "Oh, Bruno, we don't need a backup or DR solution when we go to the cloud." And I know it's wrong. Can you comment around that? What are the differences and what are the advantages of the incremental capabilities?
Cloud or no cloud is the same thing, right? So if I go to my CMC right now, okay, I'm going to my CMC here, and I'm going to delete these 5 users right now. Like I've done before, inboxes have been gone, personal documents are gone. You know, it's all gone here. And if I go to the recycle bin, they're not here. They're gone. So if I need to recover these users and all these personal contents that have been lost, I have, you know, if you don't have 360, the only thing you can do is recover from your backup that you took the night before. And hopefully you have a backup that runs every day. And hopefully it was successful, that backup. And hopefully you know how to recover from, you know, disk and database backups. But doing this, what time is it now? It's 4 p.m. for me, right? So if I recover my backup taken last night, now it's 4 p.m. Well, I'm going to lose everything that's been done between last night and 4 p.m. right now. So I have to take a real decision. Do I lose stuff because I need to recover users, or I don't recover the users? Now, finally, the more technical people listening here will understand, well, Patrick, I could build a new BusinessObjects server and I could restore to that new server, and then I could take these users and promote them back to my promotion environment, and that would be absolutely correct. You could do all this, but how long would that take you? A day or two? Now, it depends, again, in how much of a rush you are versus going in a web page saying, I want to recover my users. You don't even have to type the name of the user. You just do this, and here you go. The users are just deleted. They're here. And then you're done in seconds with a few clicks with no technical skills at all. So yeah, that's what I would say, Bruno. On-prem or cloud, it doesn't matter. If you have a backup done by a backup software which has no knowledge of the application itself, it's never going to be as powerful.
Thank you, Patrick.
Have I answered the question? Okay, good
You
stuff.
have?
And yeah, finally, last thing I would say is you're live, you have your backups, you're ready for disaster recovery. Why not take advantage of what I've shown you earlier here with these admin tasks and set up some maintenance, I don't know, daily, weekly, maintenance tasks to keep, so you can keep your platform healthy, right? So I can say, do it, what did I say? I forgot, I said daily, I think. Every day at, I don't know, here we go, at midnight. And here you can say, well, I don't know, I'd like to disable users that have not logged on for 30 days. I hear that a lot, actually, in some sectors. Or I would like to clear the inboxes because perhaps it was a big problem for you. Everything which has not been read and older than 30 days, here we go. So you can create a lot of little maintenance tasks like this, which when something happens, we can inform you over Slack or different webhooks or email, of course. And then you are notified that, okay, well, I've just purged this, I've disabled that, and now that becomes a task that runs for you in the background here. So again, 360 is helping you with preparing for the switch to PCE. It's helping you to do it, and it's helping you to keep a good eye on it, because like I said before, it's not SAP doing this for you. The administration of the application is still done by yourselves.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Appreciate.
All right, so let's go back to the slides. What do I have here? I think, I think we're pretty much on time-ish, right?
Yeah, actually, we're a little late, but that's fine. I'm not sure we'll have time for some questions, but let's do a quick quiz before we go to the next session. So Chris, if you want to pull out the next session is, okay. So how many people registered for this event today? So does anybody know the exact count? So please put your answers in the comment box, and then we will get back to, or we'll share the winner's name, and then we'll share with him a gift card. So please feel free to put the answer in the comment box, and well, we'll get started for the next session that we have. And this session is around analytics ops, the weak link in your data strategy. So I'm excited to have Patrick again, and also just to be really nice, I'm going to be with our CEO today. So it's cool to be with you today, Seb. And you know, let's get this session started. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks, Bruno. Sebastien.
Yeah, good. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can.
Hey, good morning and good afternoon, everybody. I'm happy to join. And so I'm with Patrick again, and we are going to, let me share my screen, by the way.
I'm showing your screen, Seb, not mine. Okay, good stuff.
Okay.
So Patrick, while Sebastian is loading, what can you tell us? What is analytics ops? Can you give us a high level?
Well, you have to be patient, Bruno. It's coming. It's coming in a couple of slides. Can you put analytics ops on your glasses? That would be awesome.
I will do it. I will do it.
Okay. All right, Seb, we can see your screen now.
Yeah.
And do we have the answer to the past quiz? So, okay, so I have actually the correct answer. So the correct answer today is there have been 511 people that have registered for the event. So that is really cool. And Chris is going to contact the winner to share with him the Amazon gift card. So that's cool. So JC Lamotte, 99, no, it's not a very good number. No, that's, come on. You could have done a lot better than that, so.
So can you see my screen now?
Yes.
The presenter, sorry, I had trouble sharing my screen. So yes, yeah, to answer question, Bruno's question, we are going to explain you what is behind analytics ops, why you should care, and what could be the benefits if you implement such solutions. And we will share some real life customer experience. So I am Sebastien, the CEO and founder of Wisdom, and I'm with Patrick today. And before we move to analytics ops, I wanted to share a few words around our recent rebranding. And first of all, I want to thank all my team who work hard on that topic. The reason why we rebrand is, first of all, you know, we founded GB and Smith 14 years ago, and we have this suite of product. Patrick just demoed 360 Suite. And a year ago, we acquired Kinesis CI, which is a CI/CD solution / automated testing for Tableau. And having 3 brands, and in parallel, we refine our vision around trust analytics / trust decision. So that's why we decided to rebrand the company. And we all thought that wisdom was the suitable word. The reason why is because if you want to be successful in your data strategy and becoming data-driven or insight-driven, the ultimate goal is to reach the wisdom. Maybe you are aware of the DYKW pyramid, which is from data to information to knowledge until wisdom. So since we are helping our customer for the last 14 years to scale their analytics and reach this ultimate goal, the wisdom. We all thought that wisdom will be the cool and a suitable brand name. And then the tricky part was the domain name. Guess what? Wisdom.com was not available. Wisdom.com with 2 I's was not available neither. So then someone said, hey, why should we use 3 I's? And the reason why is that in the logo you can see a kind of bar chart and the scale, because we help customers to scale their analytics. So that's why it comes with 3 I's. And we thought also of the 3 wise monkeys, etc. So anyway, that's the reason of our rebranding. It was just a few thoughts on this. And let's go back to our topic, analytics ops. So Patrick, why don't we start with a poll?
Yeah. I mean, as we've done in the previous couple of sessions, we always love to hear from all of you listening today. And if you can please type in your LinkedIn or YouTube window, just tell us if, in general, in your organization, if you'd say that you and the people around you, if you have confidence in the data that you have to take your decisions. This is something that we discuss a lot with our hundreds of customers and partners, and the reality is quite interesting. And based on your feedback, it would be great to. We'll come back a little bit later and see if you're following this similar trend to what we hear or not.
Okay, so thanks, Patrick. So let's go back to the topic, analytics topic. So you are all here today because we all know that driving business those days, it's mandatory to invest in analytics and data. And thanks to Gartner publication, we all know that it's one of the top priority and one of the top investment those days. And there are so many needs that on average, organizations are using 5 analytics solutions. So you maybe all are using a BusinessObjects for finance data, for example. The marketing folks, they all love Tableau. Maybe the IT guys are pushing Power BI because they have the Azure behind the scene. Maybe you acquire a company who is running Looker or Click, you name it. There are so many needs and so many data everywhere that on average, organizations are running 5 analytics platforms. It's everywhere. 2 years ago, we ran a BI survey, and maybe you answered to this BI survey where we asked our customer and the community how many platforms they are running, and we came with the result of 4 platforms on average. So massive investments, massive needs, but there is a problem. And at 360, we already spotted that problem. And thanks to a KPMG study, a very interesting one, we noticed that 81% of CEO/exec do not trust the data upon which they take their decision, meaning they do not trust their dashboard. And I'm sure once you saw a dashboard and you saw in a KPI and you were wondering like, oh, this KPI looks bizarre, the number, so I'm going to double check, triple check internally. So we all have a lack of confidence, trust in the dashboard. So on one end, it's massive investment, and on the other end, there is a lack of trust. So definitely there is a problem.
And Seb,
yep.
Some of the people in the chat did mention or answered, so thank you. And they said that yes, they do trust the data, which is great, but I have the answer to this. They're using BusinessObjects with universes, which is an awesome product. Maybe that's why.
So interestingly, the data trust and problem has been addressed, and there are a lot of vendor here helping organization to trust and govern data. There are some solutions around data catalog, data governance, data ops. So everything is under control here. But everybody forgot about the last mile, the analytics one. So what is important to understand, and I'm sure you will all agree that analytics, it's a software solution by itself. It's not just like a layer on top of your data. No, it's much more. So data is trusted, but this extra layer, which involves merging data, refining data, filtering data. If a day you created once a dashboard, you are doing some crazy stuff, hiding some stuff to display what the business user needs. So there is a problem, and the last mile is not governed and at risk. And what is very interesting here to understand in the data journey is that the masses, the user, the data consumer, they are not querying Snowflake. No, they are all using analytics, dashboard, and solution. So the masses are consuming data at the analytics level, which is not governed nor trusted.
Yeah, and there's an interesting analogy that one of our colleagues has been using, which I think speaks a lot, and is, if we think of the world of aviation, airplanes have thousands, tens of thousands of moving pieces, and I'm sure you know that these pieces are all individually, tested a lot, and that will be the equivalent of that thing on the left here, right? So the data is trusted, people know it needs to be right. For many, many years, people have been heavily invested in this. So all these little pieces, moving pieces, just like in an airplane, they work well. Now, these pieces put together gives a final product, a dashboard, or in this case with the analogy, an airplane. And nobody here, well, me anyway, for sure, would not step in a plane if I did not have the confidence that the airplane was fully tested as a final product, right? Knowing that, I would not have faith thinking, the plane will work for sure because all the pieces on their own were working fine. That's not, it's not realistic here. Is the final product also tested in case something happened in between? And that's what we're trying to say here.
Yeah, end-to-end quality is a no-brainer. So now we spotted the problems of the last mile. What are the solutions? So as I told you previously, analytics are just software solutions. So why not using what is working elsewhere? Like in software/application development, DevOps is very popular these days, and DevOps/agile methodologies allows to deliver fast and with super quality software these days. So that's why we coined the word analytics ops by leveraging all those principles. And I'm sure you guys are facing this problem where business, with the ever-changing needs, you need to deliver fast analytics, dashboard, and solution. So you probably implemented some agile BI team or agile methodologies, but DevOps is a mix of methodologies, people, and technical solution. That's maybe what is missing in the analytics is the technical components, and that's what we are delivering at Wisdom. So Patrick, maybe you can, because you just demo and presented 360, maybe you can make a parallel between 360 and analytics ops.
Yes. So with 360, we started with different modules over the years, but when you take all these solutions and you put them together as a suite, as a full package, you see that we have started to deliver, we could even call it BOBJ ops, right? Business objects ops even, where we are working with you towards the CI, so continuous development, continuous testing, continuous integration. So you take a universe, you add something to it, or might we be working? Right. Okay. You do a lot of iteration and you test and you're happy. And once you're happy, well, let's do a version control before we promote the object. Once the object has been promoted, we want to test it again. Once it's live and working, I want to keep monitoring. I want to keep checking that the object is still working through automation, right? And then notifying the developers and the stakeholders by email, Slack, or Teams, or whatever, to make sure everything is working. So we have been in the world of CI/CD with business objects a little bit unknowingly. If you asked us that question 2-3 years ago, we may not have used the word CI/CD, although this is exactly what we do with all of our solutions. And Analytics Ops is taking this approach of DevOps, Data Ops, applying them for the agnostic analytics world, not just business objects, but Tableau, Power BI, and other technologies as well.
It's fun, Patrick. And I know because you are handling product that we are investing in adding capabilities like API, allowing to link 360 with Jenkins and all those stuff. So very good.
So this is a bit of not spoiler alert because it was released last week, but absolutely the latest, because like Sebastian said, we have rebranded from GBN Smith or 360 Suite to Wisdom and the world of Ops. We are continuing investing in the development of our solutions with the CI/CD and the Analytics Ops in mind. And yes, we have just released an API to push the automation of everything even further, integrating with collaboration tools. And we have a lot more to come early next year. Absolutely.
Cool. So now, if you think about the DevOps, and if we go down a little bit and focus on one capability, if you are familiar with DevOps, DevOps only works and you can only be agile if you automate tests from day one. So you automate the test of application development or software development, and also while you are under maintenance. So it's a no-brainer in the DevOps world to use test automation solutions. And thanks to a IBM study, you can see here that if you the earlier you grab a bug, then the cost will be the minimum. It could be 100 times more expensive if you grab the bug in production. And that's exactly those principles you need, and we all need to apply in the analytics world, where still the norm is to do some manual testing or no testing. And what we are used to do is instead of explaining all those stuff, is do a little game. So you may remember when you were a kid playing Spot the Differences. So what I'm going to ask you is try to spot the differences between those two dashboards. So on the left, there is one financial dashboard, and on the right, it's exactly the same dashboard, okay? But between those two versions, there was one event. And one event could be, oh, you migrated to PCE. You migrated to the data to Snowflake. Maybe you changed something in ETL. Maybe you apply a security patch. Maybe you change your browser. You name it. There are so many reasons why there could be differences between those two dashboards. And in the chat, if you can answer how many differences you have spotted. And here are all the differences. So you may think, oh, it's fun, etc. But let's go back to the real life. And I can share with you two real life customer experiences. The first one will have a business impact, and the second one, I will say, an IT impact. So one of our customers shared this exact story, where the CFO at the board shared the financial dashboard, and they all thought that the net profit was 1 million. It's a company based in California, so they decided, based on those data, to heavily invest And the problem was, instead of 1 million, it was in billion, by the way, but anyway, instead of million, it was 100K benefits. So they all took a wrong decision, and it's a real story based on wrong display data. But the only cool thing in that example is that this company is private. So, but imagine if it was public and they publish the accounts. They will have a legal problem, a compliance problem. So it's definitely a big problem. Another example is could be an IT problem. Is a BI team was super happy to develop an exec dashboard, a financial dashboard, and when they presented it to the exec, in the blink of an eye, the exec straight saw that 6% margin is not the suitable word, the suitable number, sorry. Because for the last 10 years, the margin of his company was between 10 and 20%. So straight he lost the confidence in the IT team, the analytics team, and in the product. So yeah, if you think that manual testing is an option, no. The only option is to automate testing like it's done in the DevOps world. And maybe, Patrick, you can confirm test automation versus manual testing?
Well, that's the thing. You know, I've been a BusinessObjects consultant for, not nearly 20 years now. And the amount of time we've done a project, a development project, a migration and upgrade, whatever it is, nobody likes to test, right? The IT people don't like to do it, or maybe they can't do it because they don't know which prompts to use, which values to use, which content is being used. Users, they certainly have other things to do, they don't do it themselves. So people don't have time and they don't like to do it. And even if they do, though, as we can see here, statistically speaking, we're saying that 83%, but even if it was 70, right, a very high percentage of mistakes will be missed. So not only we don't test a lot because we don't like it, whatever we test, we're going to miss the important bits. So yeah, manual testing, I'm sure we don't need to convince a lot here, is not the way forward.
Yeah, and in the agile world, speed is key, and manual testing could be a roadblock. That's why test automation
it slows innovation, it slows development.
Exactly.
If we have to wait for everybody to test everything manually every time we change a little thing, that's why before in a waterfall development things took a long time, and with agile we can move faster, but that implies testing more frequently and faster as well.
Yes, because quality is key. So what does that mean in terms of offering, Patrick, in test automation? Can you elaborate a bit more, please?
Yeah, so if we focus our solutions, what we do here at Wisdom around testing, so for BusinessObjects, we do a lot of other things as well, but more agnostic, right? Testing of analytics. We can split these things in, let's call it 3 categories. Category number 1 is the regression. Testing is the little game you've played just before. You have a dashboard before, you have a dashboard after, or a report, review, whatever it is, and you want the solution to tell you, is there a graphical difference? Is there a data difference? Or is there metadata difference? Metadata can be, well, I had a filter on this. Is it still filtered on the right value? Or I have parameters with this list of value. Do I have the right elements in the list of value, right? So making sure that before and after are the same for the different reasons Sébastien has explained before, any database change or migration or whatever it is. Something which is extremely popular these days, and we do this already, well, not only for BusinessObjects, but we do it a lot for Tableau and, soon Power BI and others, is functional testing. And that is to simulate a real user experience. So I'm a user, I log on, I open my dashboard. Is it working? Yes, no. Did it take the amount of time that I want? Yes or no. and I'm going to change a filter from October to November, and I'm going to select a parameter to say I want only these and these countries. Is the data that's being refreshed correct or not? And correct based on what? Maybe based on the rule, like Sebastian said, is my margin still between 3 and 5%? Because that's what I'm expecting. Yeah, okay, good stuff. Or is the data 1 million? Is that 1 million in my dashboard the same 1 million I have in my database in Snowflake? Has something happened in between? So simulating the user journey, simulating clicking around, and making sure that all of these elements still do the right thing. And finally, I'm going back to user experience here, but user experience in terms of performance. When I click on things, right? When I change a filter, a parameter, or I'm loading something, do I have the right performance, the right kind of speed? Nobody wants to wait 45 seconds for a filter to be applied here. So not necessarily or only the performance of the server, but performance for the from the eyes of an end user.
Thanks, Patrick. And as I said earlier, let's share some real success story customer experience. So I'm going to mention Harley Davidson. So Harley Davidson, before Wisdom Ops, before 360 days, were running manual testing. So the cost was $500,000, and then they shift to a test automation with 360. And the ROI is speed, trust, and cost. So cost saving. So you understand, and we did the game for this, that even if you have an army of consultants, there is no way you can spot all the differences. So that's why Harley shifted from manual testing to test automation. Maybe Patrick, you can share another example you have.
I mean, we have many examples, but this is one of my customers over here in the UK. It's a healthcare company. As you can see, they run hospitals. Hospitals obviously have patients, and the data is highly sensitive and confidential. So they have approximately 200 Webby reports which contain that kind of sensitive data. And for them, it's not enough to test when they make a change to make sure that these reports give the right information. Because well, a mistake is not an option. What if something happens at the database level or on the server level, which the developer or the admins of BusinessObjects don't even know about? So if you remember the infinite loop of CI/CD, one aspect of it is monitoring. That's exactly what they do. They test every week all of those 200 sensitive reports to make sure that first they work, two, they return only the right data. So they validate the data security and they validate the performance. And this is something they do to spot problems before an end user would. So again, not only testing through development, but as an ongoing monitoring thing as well.
Yeah, you're right. Patrick, it's very important that the importance of end user should focus on making and taking decision, trusted decision. They should not focus on wondering whether or not it's going to work, it's going to display the suitable and the right data. So just focus on their business. So maybe you can share also the common use case when you should automate the tests and when you should focus on tests.
Yeah, I mean, you made really good examples earlier. You can see them on the screen here, but anything that can affect the end result. And it's easy to think, oh, it's a BI tool, so it can be a BI problem. But no, a BI solution speaks to a database. So are you making a change on the source database to your ETL, to your data warehouse, to in the business objects world, it's a universe, but in Power BI, it's a Power Query or a Tableau data source. You know, whatever. Are we making any change in the lineage of the life of that BI content? Are you going to make a change to the BI solution itself? We're talking SP2 here. You've seen how many BI 4.3 SP2, how many changes there are. Are you fully confident that your Webby 4.2 will work exactly the same as 4.3 SP2? I'm not. How many calculation engine changes is that? So, right? Quality assurance is that continue to monitor, making sure that the user row level security are applied, all of these things here. But at the end of the day, all of these changes that can cause a regression, a problem, a performance issue, you want to automate all of these things for the reasons Sebastian gave. It's satisfaction, it's trust, and at the end of the day is adoption. And adoption means that those $25 billion have been invested correctly.
Yeah, speed and quality. And another use case maybe missing here is around regulation. And we mentioned this CFO publishing wrong data. You could imagine the impact around the community and financial institution and whatever you need to do if you publish wrong financial data. So thanks, Patrick. And yes, I think that was all. We just wanted to explain you what is this new concept of analytics ops. Nothing new, because test automation is very trendy in the industry. Ops is very trendy. Agile is very trendy. It's just having the suitable technical solutions to help you in your automation journey. Patrick, anything to add?
No, thank you, Sebastian. Thank you for everybody. Glad to see Bruno is back.
Thank you very much, guys. It was a pleasure to have you today. Well, let's move on to the next session. So the next session today is I'll be co-presenting with Loic, who's one of our pre-sales engineer based in France. And we're going to talk on metadata and what type of metadata can 360 leverage in business objects and in data services. Loic, if you don't mind sharing your screen.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Loic. So just a few things, before we start is we like to put, definitions. What is metadata? What is BI on BI? And what is BI on ETL? So historically, we've been only doing metadata on business objects, which is basically BI on BI because we do analytics on business objects, which is a BI solution. And now we have a new product, so it's a different product than the current 360Is, although it talks with the 360Is for business object, but we're able to do BI on ETL, meaning BI on data services. So we extract metadata and we can do analytics on that. So you guys all know, of course, data services, and so we don't need to spend too much time on that. So we'll go through that very quickly. And during this session as well, we'll be talking around how we can document this metadata, how we can catalog it, how you can analyze the usage, the non-usage, and gather all the historical information. So, okay, what does that mean in terms of where does that information come from? Okay, so today, of course, in Business Object, we extract information from the CMS, the auditor, and naturally the file store. And that enables us to do a lot of nice things around the usage and the non-usage, of course. Additionally, in data services, we're actually extracting metadata from the local repositories. All this information then is populated through Data Mart, and then we leverage that through some universes, and of course, we can do some reporting on top of these. So for data services, 360 is supporting the latest version, which is actually in 4.2. And I believe the 4.3 version of data services will be coming out in Q1, perhaps January. I don't remember the exact date. And I know there was quite a bit of a delay and causing a lot of issues with customers that wanted to go to 4.3. So in terms of data services, it's data services, if you don't mind going to the next slide, Loic. data services is leveraging like BOBJ scheduling. And, you know, as a result, you know, it's very important to document, and, you know, reporting and documenting is very limited, as in BOBJ, but actually even more in data services. So what 360 focuses on for data services is really to document as much metadata as possible within the solution. You know, we've spoken to a lot of data services customers, and it appears, you know, the challenge for the data services community has been that each time you want to gather and document information from a data flow, as an example, as you can see here on the screen, source, target, transform, you need actually to one by one open everything. And it's not the handiest. And here 360 eyes for data services is actually able to extract that metadata and then document it. And additionally, each time there's a change in a data flow, it's really cool because 360 will be able to identify the impacts without needing to open each flow. So this is very handy. You can see what's going on, you can see the changes, and you can document that. So that's extremely powerful. Common issue with data services, of course, is performances. Performance. This is very critical. So a lot of customers are asking us, hey, Loic, hey, Bruno, you know, can you guys answer to questions like, you know, how long did it take to load a specific source? How many rows are retrieved? How long a specific transform took? So these are answers actually we can answer and we can document because we're able to monitor and analyze the performance bottlenecks within data flows and workflows. So here the idea, leveraging the metadata on that, is the ability to document and find all the anything that will consume time. So Loic, in terms of data services, what metadata are we able to extract? What can you tell us about it?
Yeah, so in that screen, you can see exactly pretty much everything we can retrieve. So for all the people that is running data services, I'm pretty sure you know this. You have projects. You can see in your projects when you have ad hoc execution or schedule execution. Then, of course, you have your workflow, data flow. You have your source, your targets, your transformation. Inside your transformation, you can have different things. You can have query transform. You can have merge. You can have many transformation that can be helpful for you to retrieve in order to do lineage, impact analysis, and we will see that just after. So basically, everything here can be retrieved, and our solution is growing releases after releases. So this is the current status of our solution as of now. And of course, if something needs to be added, this is something we can still investigate.
Thank you very much. And tell me something. And so for 360 for data services, so, you know, how many universes do we have? How does it work in terms of the extract? So, you know, I mentioned it was going through the local repositories, and after,
Yes.
so okay, we're able to go there, but, you know, what's the architecture? How does it work?
So basically what we are providing with 360 eyes for data services, but this is exactly the same for BusinessObjects. We have developed some universes that gathered the different metadata available. So for data services, we have one universes that grab all the data. That allows you to work with the data we extract. So the data is in a database. So we extract the data into a database, and then on top of that database, we have a universes that help you to display the information, the documentation, the usage, the scheduling information. So anything related to data services. And we have the same process for BOBJ. BOBJ has more metadata, more diversified metadata. So we have 3 universes, but it works exactly the same. We have a database where we extract all the metadata information coming from BOBJ, so from the file store, from the audit database, and also from the CMS database. We grab everything into that database. So basically, this is a data mart with your BOBJ metadata, and you have a data mart for your data services metadata. And then you can query those database with your own BI solution, name whatever you want, or you can use the power of Webby and use our universes to display the information you need. We ship with our solution pre-cane reports, over 70 Webby reports, so it helps to have a quick start. And yeah, I think with our more 10 years of experience in that area, we cover the basic need with the pre-cane report we ship with the solution. So for you, it's a quick start. Out of the box, you have many information at your disposal.
Thank you very much. So right now we're going to focus on at a very high level, but on the type of metadata we're extracting, and we're going to try to give you examples of what we extract in business objects and then data services, and we'll try to compare it. Just let's move on in terms of cataloging metadata. So these days, everybody wants to catalog all their metadata, which makes a lot of sense because people want to have like an assessment of what they have eventually and ideally, what they're using, not using, where it is, get as many information, meaning as much metadata around what they have in their environments, because that's at the core of any BI and ETL solution. So what can you tell us about BOBJ? What can we extract there?
Yeah, so this is an example of universe catalogs. Catalogs, data catalogs, the trendy word at the moment. But at the end of the day, it's just having an audit of what is out there on your BOBJ environment. So here we have an example of a pre-cane report we ship with the solution. This report lists all the objects for all your universes, and you can give more or less detail. So here, for instance, we have the object select, we have the object where cause, we have some information, but you can add more dimension if you need more. Of course, you can delete or remove some of them if you don't need them, but this is an easy way to document all the universes and all the objects among the universes that you may have. And then, of course, it's very handy. You don't have to do it manually. You can have this updated every 2 weeks, every month, regarding the different needs. So yeah, this is an easy way to document and have this data catalog with the select, the table use, etc.
And this is one of the pre-canned Webby documents, right? That we
Exactly.
have that queries against the universes that come with 360.
Exactly. So the only things you need to do when you have installed the solution is to execute an extraction of the metadata, and then you just refresh this report, and the information is displayed as is.
Thank you, and let's move on to data services. If you can, tell us about this data flow example.
Yeah, we try to have the same approach. The idea is to document what is in data services. So here you have an example for one data flow, for instance, and you can see what is the source, and then you have the detail of the different objects in the targets, and you can see if there is any transformation. Here, some query transformation. So at the end of the day, the idea is to have something very handy to audit and populate all the data flow, all the workflow, all the query transforms, and more you'll see after. But again, a good idea is to, I want to know what I have internally in my data services, how many data flow, how many sources, how many targets. So this is something that come out of the box. Again, with data services, you just need to execute the extraction, and then you just open the report and refresh the report with your extraction. And there you go, you have all this information at your disposal.
And so on the next part, we're able to, or if you want to do an assessment, there you can leverage the metadata as well to understand how many documents you have, how large they are. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, with that solution, you can go into detail as you can go in macro data, aggregated data. So here, this is an example of having the big picture of your business object environment. So here we have this report and by folder group. So regarding your inboxes, your root folder, so basically the public document, and then regarding the personal content, you can have this breakdown and you can see how many documents, how many instances, and how many space those elements use on your disk. So this is an example of some aggregated data we can easily retrieve, but we can also go into more detail. In that second slide, you have an example of a document, and for each document, we can document like doing a query stripping. So basically, we can tell you that this document is composed of those objects. Those objects are in the query name query one, so there is only one data provider, one query. You can see that there is one query filters, and you can see that this document have only one WebI variable, which is sales revenue piece. So you have a good idea that what is in that report, and you can even see that we have a column named youth, and this column provides you an idea if your object is really used or not used in the report itself. So sometimes when you are in a hurry, you can create reports with many objects, but not all of them are really used in the end report itself. So here you can see that, for instance, the first object, quantity sold, has been used at least 4 times in the report itself. So in a graph, in a table. So it gives you a good idea if your report is well designed. Alongside having a quite detailed documentation, you can see if the design has been done properly, if you don't have useless variables, for instance, and so on.
And basically, this is essentially like a passport. So it gives you information around the document origin, where it's, how it's connecting, so where it went, and also has it really been used or not. So it's extremely
basically
handy. Yeah,
like the fingerprints, exactly.
Yes, definitely. And customers commonly use that all the time, whether it's during a migration or not. If you've got any question, it's basically you can pull out that passport and then get a lot of information on it, and that will help you to focus your efforts on that document or not.
And you can see this document is coming from an inbox. So sometimes you are wondering if you can easily document things that are in personal folder or inboxes, because it's more complicated to do that on those kind of content. But 360 Eyes can easily document public folders, but also personal content and inboxes.
And then let's go to the second part of the metadata here. It's one thing that's very important for anybody handling BI, doing management, doing reporting, is to understand, the lineage and being able to document that. So what can you tell us here around the lineage between data services and BOBJ?
So we are going to go into detail with different example, but here this slide is to give you an overview of all the things we can retrieve from data services. So each piece of that slide is a pre-can report we ship with the solution. So we can deep dive into the project. We can document easily the workflow, the jobs, the data flow, the data stores available, etc. So this is the information we can easily retrieve. And we'll see just after how we can do an end-to-end data lineage with a few examples just afterward.
Thank you. So here, this is an impact analysis table and on a database.
Yeah, so we mentioned data analysis, end-to-end data analysis, but before doing the end-to-end, we are going to do the impact analysis on BOBJ. And then because we are able to do that, we are able to do the end-to-end, the full end-to-end data lineage through the BOBJ and data services. So in that example, what we are doing is we are identifying all the documents in BOBJ that are using a specific object SQL. So let's say you want to identify all the reports that use a specific table, column, because maybe you have a database update, or maybe you need to change the naming convention, whatever the reason. You have this report, you refresh this report, and you just have to fill as a prompt which SQL statement you want to look for. And then the report will list for you all the reports, their location, that are using at least one object using the SQL expression you mentioned in the prompts. So very powerful.
Thank you. And now this is around, we're on universe objects.
Yes, exactly. Sometimes you know what's wrong on a database, but sometimes you know only what's wrong in your universe. And so you can do it also from the universe level. So you want to know all the reports that use a specific universe, or you want to know all the reports that use a specific object among one universe, you can do it here exactly the same. And the report will list for you all the reports, their location, and in which query this object has been used. And to close the loop, we have the same for webby variables. Variables is quite sometimes, let's say, error prone, because when you update, sometimes you need to change the formulas because you may have different behavior between version or SPs. So this is a good way also to identify all the reports that use a specific variable, and you can do that assessment by the variable names or the variables values. So if you know the names, of course, you put the name and you will end up with all the reports using that variable. Or if you want to look for a specific syntax or a specific formula among your whole formula, you can do it as well. And again, the report will list for you all the reports, their location, that are using those elements you are looking for.
Yeah, that's really nice. And additionally, we've got a solution called 360 View that enables you to update all the webby variables that you want.
Yeah, very powerful.
Yep, it's very handy.
So now maybe let's talk
yeah.
about the end-to-end analysis. So now you see that we can do that on BOBJ. We can cross the information coming from BOBJ and information coming from data services. And so there is 3 ways of doing things depending on your starting point. If you want to start from a document, maybe your issue is on a webby document and you want to know all the lineage, you can usually use our information, and from a document you can easily identify all the universes that are using for this very specific document, and from the universes then you can display all the flow, all the objects that are processed by data services to fill these universes. So this is how we can provide an end-to-end analysis. From a document, we can go to the universes, and then from the universes, we can go down to the data flow in data services.
Also to the audience, if you want, feel free to visit our virtual booth. So we'll be actually putting a banner or a comment in the comment box where you can actually get all the presentations of today, and then get some access to documents around migrations or Wisdom 360 suite as well. And please feel free to ask questions in the chat box, and Loic and I will be very happy to answer to these questions. So thank you.
So I'm gonna go quick on the next 2 slides because they are exactly the same as the one before, but here the point of view, the starting point is different. So yeah, we can start from the data flow, and from the data flow we can figure it out which universes may be impacted, and at the end, of course, which webby can be impacted. And the third one, of course, is starting from the universes. You maybe want to know which document can be impacted, and of course, at the end, you can identify which data flow is impacted, those elements. As for the rest.
Hey, Loic, remind me in 360 eyes for BOBJ, how many universes we have and how many pre-can reports do we have?
So it's roughly 70 reports. It's 3 universes and it's almost 1,000 objects. So we have 1,000 objects at your disposal to display the information you might need. So there is very technical information and very functional information. It's 1,000, almost 1,000. So it's very detailed.
Thank you very much.
And one of the other information we can grab from our 360i's report is the usage and the non-usage in order to perform cleanup or just to be aware of what is used and not used. And here you have a sample of one of the reports we ship, where we can document each document of your platform, and for each document we can tell you how many action has been performed and what was the last action date on this document.
Yeah, and this information is extremely handy for multiple reasons. The first one is when you do actually a migration, as Patrick mentioned earlier, realistically, a lot of your migration costs are going to be linked to the amount of content that you have. And what we find out on BOBJ environments is 60-70% of the content is not used on average. And we've actually seen recently in a health check that we did, like over 95% of the content hadn't been used. That was a very old deployment. So here the advantage is for migration, you're able to pinpoint, okay, which documents, which objects have not been used in the past 13 months. And as a result, with 360, you're able to archive these documents. And automatically, let's say if you got like 60% of documents that haven't been used in the past 13 months, the cool thing is you're able to isolate them, archive them, and only focus on the 40%. So from there, you've saved a massive amount of time. And also, when you do the testing, instead of testing 100%, because you do want to test, you're only focusing on the 40%. Additionally, that's the type of information for, we've got lots of regulated industries. It can be utilities or federal organizations. They use that type of information for document recertification, account recertification. So overall, you want to know who's not connecting, who's not using, what content is not used, because basically people that are not using, they don't need to have the access there, because that can be basically a loophole. So that's very handy on that, to be able to document on that type of information.
Yeah, you're right. Here we have the global usage, but we can have the user usage. So for each user, which document has been used or not used. So yeah, you can do that definitely easily.
And to the same level is the user connecting. So, of course here, yes, this is just one example, but you can know who connected in the past 6 months, how many times. It's like Big Brother. So.
You mentioned Big Brother, so I think this one is quite related as well. So we can easily help you to figure it out about your security, which permission between your content and your group. So again, it's still important, and even more nowadays, to make sure that the right content is seen only by the right people. So we can extract what we call a matrix security, and you can see it's just giving you the right access, just showing you what is the access provided to your user and groups. And of course, you can keep that audit and make sure that the security has been set properly, or at least as it should have been done.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's very important for security purposes, definitely. In terms of performances, extracting metadata around performances is critical, again, for migration projects. In particular, if you're going to the cloud, each time anyway you do a migration project or an upgrade, the first thing that actually business users will find out is, damn it, it's a lot slower than what it used to be. And the reality is people have got no clue, and the ability to document, for example, scheduling performances is extremely important. And there you're able to deep dive in that. So what type of information can we typically extract from there, Loic?
Yeah, here you have an example of, again, a pre-can report we ship with our solution. you have quite enough detail in this one, but you can still add detail if you need more, of course. But yeah, we can extract all the scheduling and see how long it took, the destination, the error message when something failed. So basically, you can easily audit. You can, of course, add some filters. Maybe you want to see only the failure, or maybe you want to see only the recurring to track that those recurring instances are really useful and not only adding load on your server. So yeah, this is the kind of report you can easily retrieve.
Thank you very much. Now let's go to the next one is, so obviously the great thing with 360, whether it's 360 eyes for data services or 360 for business objects, 360 eyes for business objects, we're able to, as we mentioned, document metadata, but we're also able to compare that. So how does that work, Loic?
So our solution, like I explained at the beginning, we extract metadata, we store that data into a database, and then we query that database with our universes and our pre-canned document. And so what is very powerful is that we can extract many times, of course, your platform. And if you keep history of those extractions, then we can easily compare what has been modified, deleted, what has been evolving during this lapse of time. So here, this is again an example of one of the reports we ship, and in this case, this is a comparison of your universes. So you can pick one extraction, so maybe an extraction that has been made, I don't know, 6 months ago, and the current status of your platform, and you can see all the objects in that case that has been deleted, all the universes that has been all the object that has been modified, etc. So you can easily retrieve what has been changed. So this is an example for your universes, but we can do the same for the security. Maybe you want to see if your security has been modified those last 6 months, for instance. So if you have an extraction that has been made 6 months ago and an extraction that has been executed lately, you can have this kind of information very handy as well.
And so this was in business objects, and basically we can compare basically any snapshot, any information through time, just taking snapshots at various times. And so if you go on the next slide there, we're going to talk, we basically do the same thing in data services.
Yes, exactly. So here we have two example in this slide. We have a new query transfer that wasn't existed before, and we have a new target that wasn't existed on the previous snapshot. So everything in red, of course, means it's new. So you can also easily identify what has been changed in your data flow, in your target, in your source, using this solution. So again, you have a snapshot. So you have an extraction, and then you do another extraction few weeks, few months later, and you just use one of the pre-canned reports, and you specify what kind of element you want to compare. So if you want to compare only transformation, or if you want to compare only the target, and then everything that is different will be highlighted as it's shown in this slide.
Hey, we've got 3 minutes left, so let's take one question. I see a question from Bill Schneider. So Bill wants to know, okay, can you see what user performs the delete? So can you see what user performs the delete? So
yes, so it depends, of course, because you are talking a different solution, business object, data services, for instance. In BOBJ, this is something we can easily do, of course, but it's depend on the auditor. So basically, in BOBJ, you need to
obviously
set your auditor to track all the delete actions. And if you do so, we are able to retrieve those actions and, of course, populate a report that will list all the user that has been deleting content over time.
Thank you very much, Loic. It was a pleasure to have you today, and then we'll go for a quiz. So Chris, if you don't mind showing the next question. So we're curious to know, if you listen to this session, how many SAP business objects is 360 eyes able to extract? It's not able, how many objects do we extract today? So please feel free to answer in the chat box, and then whoever wins will receive an Amazon gift card. So
Can I
let's see
answer?
who gets the closest. I can answer as well, I'm sure. I see as well, I've got some people from the team on, and I'm sure they're answering as well. So, but we'll make sure we exclude them. So that's pretty good. So for the next session that we have, it's going to be around IBCS. So I don't know if you guys have heard about IBCS. So today we have, or it's a methodology around how to display efficiently information and not to be lost in the information that you're going to get in a document. So today I've got two awesome speakers from Graphomate. I have Stephanie Schroeder. And hello, Stephanie. It's great to see you. And also I have the extremely well-known Lars Schubert from Graphomate. So
Hello, altogether.
It's a pleasure to see all of you today. We're going to have a lot of fun with you.
Whoa. I need this. So beam me up, Scotty. This visuals, no.
At least it was very direct. So there was no fussing on it. So it's very clear. So
It was perfect.
That's very good. So by the way, just before you go, okay, we still get some answers in. And I think, Chris, if you can, or just share me later on who's the winner of the quiz. So, well, guys, I pass it over to you for the next 30 to 40 minutes.
Thank you, Bruno.
Yeah, thanks, Bruno. And thanks for having us around. It's really nice to see everything about this event. And in the beginning, I was joining the SAP session. It was quite interesting with the new stuff coming out to Webby. So that's really good because in the live demonstration, I can come back to one of the points. So it's really nice. Yeah. So Lars, do you want to start with your introduction?
Yes. Hello, all together. I'm more in the background today. I left everything important to Stephanie, which is great for me. Well, 2 words to my person. I'm Lars Schubert. I'm the founder of Graphomate. I founded this company 12 years ago, and now I'm the managing part. And I'm really happy to see Stephanie doing the presentation. And well, thanks for joining us here and happy to be here.
Then I'm going to move on. My name is Stephanie again. So yeah, I had my education in geography, and this is really special because I like to look at data, and when it's visualized beautifully, I really get the insights, and that's why I learn all the concepts, how to display data in a good way. And what I learn, I can apply everywhere. So that's why this topic is so really nice to talk about. And today, I want to talk about the standard, which is called IBCS, the International Business Communication Standards. And it's a way towards meaningful reporting with standardized visualizations. Long story short, we want to give you a short introduction about our company, where we come from, so you get a better idea what we are doing. Let's start. Yeah. Ben Snyderman put it in a nutshell. The purpose of visualization is insight, not pictures. With this mission in mind, we started the company a few years back, as Lars already told, and we were keen on the topic to display information in a good way, like Stephen Pugh, not Stephen Pugh, Edward Tufte, or like Ulrich Richard suggested. And there's a connection to the IBCS, the International Communication Standards.
Probably you have heard about Stephen Pugh and Edward Tufte because these are the American, very famous guys, written lots of good books of visualization. Yeah, Bruno is, yes, you know them. And Rolf, he's the German guy. So perhaps you hear we are Germans, and Rolf also is very famous German, and we are doing lots of business here in Germany, especially in the DACH region. And yeah, well, it's the first time we do some stuff coming over the big sea. Well, and Rolf is the German guy. We will came back later on.
Yeah. And as you already noticed, we started our business in the SAP environment, and we wanted to offer the best-in-class visualization tools, not only for crystal reports, as you may know, but also for the newer BI font tools like Lumira Designer or SAC, the application designer, or also for Webby, as a lot of people around here use still. And there's a lot of coming up, but I will talk about it in a few minutes. Yeah, and we have a lot of clients who already trust in good visualization, which were displayed with our extensions. So here you get a small overview. I'm going to explain it in detail later on because it's quite a lot of stuff, but we have 4 components which you can use in all of the tools which are presented here. And as you can see, we don't rely on SAP heavily, but we also can use our tools in other BI tools. I guess some are familiar to you. Now that you got, yeah, Lars?
Just to say, which makes it possible to use exactly the same visualization in every BI tool. So this is quite easily to manage. And because I have heard lots of times that some charts look like this in this tool, and these charts looks completely different in other tools. With us, everything is exactly the same. Even the UI, the user interface we built is the same. Sorry, Stephanie, just to mention.
Yeah, that's a good point. Now you hopefully got an idea who we are, and we are interested in our audience today. If you use different BI tools to visualize the data, if you have any preferences, let us know which tools do you use to communicate your data. It would be quite interesting. What do you use? Maybe you can leave us a comment. Or plan to use, yeah. Because we see a big change coming up in the SAP environment.
So please feel free to answer in the chat box, in the comment box to that.
Great. Okay.
So we will collect the answers and get in touch with it later. And I will move on with the presentation. Just a short moment. Yeah. So now I need your attention back because you need to look very closely to this picture. You can see a checkerboard, and we have 2 squares which have a letter A and B. And I want to know if the color of the square is the same. Is it the same gray color? Let me know. What do you think?
It looks different, isn't it?
It looks quite different, I would say.
But it's incredible. It's just a visual effect. It's the same color.
To me, it looks the same.
It is the same color. So it's quite interesting. Our human eye can't decide if it's the same color because the color, how we perceive it, it's like depending on the environment, it's displayed. So be careful when using color because depending where it's situated, it appears differently. So it's quite interesting what happens.
It's an extreme example, but I hope you get the idea. Less is more.
So, Bruno, do you have an idea which line connects to the upper line?
Well, I would tell you it's number 1, but if you're asking me that question, I would say it's number 2.
You're tricking us.
Yeah.
It is.
Give me the solution. It's really number 2, so it's quite interesting.
What?
No, it's
I'm sorry, number 1. You guessed right. Yeah. So, yeah, most people have problems to connect angles and say to find the right spot where it's sitting, and also to choose the right angle. And to provide you more information about this, we have here small wedges, and you can't tell if they have the same area or do they represent the same data. So when you put it in squares or rectangles, it's so easy to see. Here we have line, and one spot we can see the difference. So this is quite interesting. And that's the reason why Graphomate prefers bar charts and not using pie charts.
Yeah, simple bar charts.
Who still wants to use pie charts? If you got lots of information, it's completely useless. You don't see anything.
Yeah, but there are certain examples and cases when it makes sense to use them. I think we have one in mind. Haven't we, Stephanie? Thank you, Bruno. That was perfect.
But you know what's more worse than a pie chart? Yes, a 3D pie chart. Mm-hmm. So, as we already said, we have very big problems to count the angle and match the correct values with it. So when you use on top 3D effects, there's no chance we can bring the right information across the data and deliver the insights. So that's quite interesting because Steve Jobs used this effect to display his shares or the shares of Apple. So it's quite interesting how the green part appears visually bigger than the upper part in purple, even though it's a bigger number.
It was probably their expected, you're right, it was probably the expected market share. So they thought, well, next step is we're going to eat the part on the top. And Stephanie, by the way, your mic, just make sure it doesn't move because it's...
I'm sorry, yeah. Thanks for the...
It's scratching a little bit. So.
Yeah. So, okay.
That was 2008. So Wim doesn't exist anymore. That's interesting, isn't it? Funny. It exists. I'm sorry, it exists. So it's not that wrong, but they make a totally different business now. They do. Yes. Thank you.
So let's move on. We offer an extension which is called Graphomate tables, and there we really like the pie charts because we use them in a specific way as a part to whole. This is meaning that you see at first point which part it's filling or not, and if there's something left like a budget, and so you can easily use it, and then you don't need to display everything, but you get a small overview, and therefore it's quite nice to have. So here is one pie chart we really like.
Even the Egyptian loved pies.
Okay, I hope you got the idea what we're talking about. So this is a result of a recent Google research called management dashboards. And even though we have the evidence that the human eye and perception is very limited and can be easily tricked, they're using still a lot of colors and nothing looks the same. It's hard to navigate. You don't know what you're looking at. And it's quite a lot of hard work for our brain to get the information out and make decisions upon those results. I think you're on the right side with me. Or do you have another opinion?
No. It's always amazing because when you receive all these documents, all these dashboards with similar financial information, they're very difficult. You waste a lot of time trying to understand it. And sometimes you wonder, wow, they look really nice, but they're just very, very difficult to read. And the funny thing is, reading some of the IBCS books is if you look at music, the way music is written, you can understand, anybody in the world can understand music because it's the same standard. It's been the same forever, basically. So, and BI is probably the only place in the world where there is no standard in terms of how information is displayed.
Sometimes I think it's normally one say a picture is worth a thousand words, and I in my past when I worked in big companies, they sometimes they need 1,000 words to explain the charts they had. We look at the presentations. That's really strange. Yes, I agree.
You know, there was it's very easy to provide a lot of information, but it's very difficult to summarize it and make it to the point and show the right information. That was, it was like Blaise Pascal in the past, who would say, he would send a letter with a lot of information into it. And he would say, he would start with, "I'm sorry, I didn't have the time to make a summary of it."
Yes.
And he would know that this information was, it was just too complicated to analyze or to digest.
I agree. This is the most complicated part of building dashboards. To visualize the data, we make it quite easy, but how to bring the data together and how the structure is on the dashboard, what context is shown at the same time, is the most fascinating task and probably the most hardest.
Yeah, so why not use something simple that can be adopted easily and improve the quality of those reports? So I want to introduce you to a different approach, which is called the International Business Communication Standards for better understanding and decision making. So maybe you never saw this logo, but here it is. This is a small icon. And here we can see an overview of about the top 10 of the IBCS. I won't go into detail because it would be too much time. So I reduced it to 3 points, which you can keep in mind and apply directly. So perhaps you can change something today. Yeah.
Oh, you used a picture of Rolf in your presentation. Oh, well, this is the guy I was talking about at the beginning when I mentioned Edward Tufte and Stephen Few. This is Rolf Fichert. Meanwhile, he's retired and he's not doing active business anymore. But I met him 2009, and more or less I was completely brainwashed by his ideas, which is Stephanie presenting now for the 3 most important ideas. So I quit my job and founded Graphomate, and that was 12 years ago, yes. He's an engineer again, and he's very proud about it. No economic guy, no business guy. He's really an engineer, yeah. Most of the engineers, most of the people in data visualization, or many people in data visualization, came from the engineering part of academics. Steffi, yes,
Yeah.
great. I like him.
Yeah, it was really good connection to the next slide I want to share with a quote of Rolf Fichert. And if you want to make business communication more effective, then things that mean the same have to look the same. That's important. That is the key, because usually we don't have a legend, we don't know what's this color for, and make it the same. That's also the point in geography when drawing maps. Make it the same if it means the same. So as Bruno already talked about, the music sheets, which can be understood by everybody in the world who knows how to read notes. And also engineers, they have their standards, like to draw specific stuff, like, I don't know, I'm not educated in those stuff, but I guess you get the point. Transistors, yeah.
Resistors and condensators, potentiometers. This is, by the way, a synthesizer I just saw. It's a virtual controlled oscillator schematic. Yeah, great.
Thanks for informing us.
I built this in my spare time.
Yeah, and then you get trainings and you see diagrams like this. This is from an Oracle course, and it's quite hard to understand, and you don't really know what it means. We have 2 axes, and it's hard to compare, and yeah, we keep this visual in mind and come to it back later on and see how we can.
Usually I say this is probably the worst chart I've ever seen in my life, and it's incredible. You can talk about this chart for 20 minutes and say, how could anybody came to the idea to visualize data like this? It's really incredible, but we don't have the time. So we will see an alternative visualization later on. Thanks, Steffi. Sorry, I keep my mouth shut.
No problem. It's quite interesting, your little notes here and there, so it's nice to know. As I already mentioned, we have an overview about the top 10, but in general, it is very important to display the data as patterns and therefore use charts instead of tables. because we humans like to see patterns and we can detect everything that doesn't fit in quite easy and quick. So therefore, instead of using a table which looks like this, use instead charts. And you see how easily it comes to your mind. Then you can see trends and if there's a decline in your values or not, and you compare them because they have the same scale. So you see how the performance differentiates between regions. So it's quite good to see.
And it's that simple, line charts. You know, there's nothing
Yeah.
special in it. Yeah.
But it's easier to understand. I know there are some people around who can easily spot numbers and values in a table, but most of us not. So be friendly and show things like this in charts. And there's one simple rule: if you use horizontal direction, it's more for the time. It's for the time. And if you have structure like regions or countries, use the vertical orientation. It's quite simple, but it gets confused a lot of time.
So when you use horizontal axes, you could show trends very well, and if you use vertical axes, you can compare things like, as you said, regions, salesmen, or stuff like that. Yes, it makes it much easier.
Yeah, and it's also a good idea to show the variances in absolute or percentage values, because most of people who decide how to navigate the business think in terms of deviations, like is it good or bad, and show it with a corresponding color, like green has a good impact to your company and red a negative impact to your goals. So it's quite easy, and just add it on top. And
Last
we
but
can
not least. Nothing, it's fine, thanks.
And we can standardize even the format of the chart elements, like actual values in solid colors, and the planned values are outlined like this. And for the forecast, we used the hedge pattern, which looks like this. And if you put it on a chart, it's becoming this visual, and you can easily see if you go over your planned budget or if you're still under it. Just quite easy. So if you make a makeover with a Graphomet charts, for example, it's quite easy, and the chart looks something like this. We get more data and can easily say, okay, here's a difference, and spot on. Also, we added the previous year, so you have always a third information.
And tell me, to do these charts with Graphomate, how long is it?
We will show this later on in a live demo.
Thank you.
So in Webby, that was the reason. So we like to present the theory behind, and then Steffi will do.
Yeah, and as we already talked about charts, there's also a way to display data in tables, and I just want to give you a short overview. Here we have Graphomate Matrix as a successor of the Graphomate tables, but in general the same functionalities, and we pick up the scenarios for like actual values and the forecast values, and already display the deviations. And here are some more notes, but I want to show you this in a demonstration. And last, you want to say something about this dashboard?
I just to say, let me 2 words about the tables and the matrix, because we said use charts and then you see a table from us. I think there will be tables in dashboards every time, always, and it's good, and they have their place. But we like to augment the tables with some visuals to make them more readable, and even more, please use tables when you came to detailed data. So always think about navigational paths. Hopefully you agree, Bruno, starting from an overview and click on elements, objects, and go deeper and deeper and deeper. I think this is very common, I know, but it's really hard work to extract how your users think and how they want to see their data, as they are not that familiar with multidimensional modeling and thinking. And this is hard to extract. May I say extract, to learn and to get the idea from them. Do you agree, Bruno?
Yes, I definitely agree with you, 100%.
Great. So this is an interesting dashboard from us, because that's exactly what I was talking about. This is the overview page. It's our client Lufthansa Technik. They built this dashboard, I think 8 years ago in 2013, and it's used again and again and again, and they make a makeover, and it's built in SAC now, and they were really happy about it. They really called me on a Saturday afternoon that this was the first time that the business users are happy with the solution delivered by the IT. Incredible. And well, to be honest, I never had something like this after this, but it was fun. And again, that was the overview page, and the second page you see over now, it's the German. Sorry for that, but I couldn't translate it. It's the detailed view of a cost center report. And then again, pardon, there is the table. And it was funny because they say, as you already mentioned, Bruno, it's not only the visual which makes it special. They were able to how can I say, to summarize about 30 Excel files, which were sending from one to another around the organization. It's an organization with 22,000 people, and they were able to summarize this within this one page. So from 20 Excel files doing cost center reporting to one page, and that was the perfect way for them to work with these kind of dashboards, which is, by the way, built in SAP Lumira Designer. It's not Webby, but it could be very similar, also be built in Webby as a report and not as a interactive dashboard. Oh yeah, and the quote from this guy, he was the CFO in these days. You have no idea how many reports I have to find my way through, and they are all different. That's really, that was one of the rare times when I was able to talk to the CFO, and he said, I go in dozens of presentations every week, and every chart looks different, and that was gone. They also implemented a print and an export functionality to PowerPoint of these charts. So after they did the filtering and the navigation, they were able to use these charts also in their PowerPoint files, which is not common, I must say, because they programmed a lot for this solution.
So Lars, as you already met a lot of people in your career, are there other companies who use something like a notation standard for their company?
Oh yes, yes. Lufthansa Technik definitely used the notation guide. So, but you know, there were most of our clients use the notation guide. But to be honest, some notation guides are just 2 PowerPoint slides. Like I said, please use outlined elements for budget data, use hatched elements for forecasted data, and use black or whatever color you have as your most important color in your company for actual data. And that's it. It's very easy sometimes. But on the other side, there are clients like, I think I'm not allowed to mention them, but I do it, Red Bull, and they have a notation guide I have seen for about 40 pages. They are extremely detailed, and even if they use a pin chart or a needle chart, the pin has different styles for different versions. Like they have for percentage value a special pin. They have for the head count a special pin chart. Even if there is a pin with red and blue for women, and so you can do lots of things, but please use it wisely and start small.
And I agree. And just as a reminder, we got like 11 minutes left. So
Yeah.
'cause that-
Yeah,
I
we
know
are more or
that will
less
be cut off.
done.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to switch to the live demo. Yeah, and perhaps in the comments, let us know if you already use something like a company-wide notation. Perhaps it's just small, but it would be very interesting to know if the Americans really like something like this, or is it completely a new subject to you? Because in the German and Swiss and Austria, it's quite known. So it would be nice to know how the situation is overseas. Okay,
I'm rather familiar with this concept, but I'm not sure if it's, as known, in the US.
Probably not.
So
Oh, session expired.
that's not a problem. So I'm going to move on to the Webby, as everybody's known. And what I really liked about the first session is that shared elements are going to come back, because you can use our extension as a shared element and can you reuse everything and don't have to do the work every time again. So I'm just looking at another screen, don't be confused. So I prepared a demonstration. And here we start just with an overview of the GraphoMate charts. And as already mentioned, we have here the planned and the actual data just shown in solid and outlined. And I try to make it a little bit bigger so you can see more. So yeah, and next to it we have the bubbles, which are really nice to show some portfolios and how everything is located to make better decisions. And you also can use conditional formatting to highlight some values which need to be highlighted. Like for instance, we have profit which is negative, so we have more cost than we make with our sales. So it is
And
quite
again, you
nice.
see, we use the part to whole thing. So this is the net value, the gross sales is the area of the circle, and the gray part is the profit. So this is quite easy to read and not several wedges. So it's just one wedge and that's enough. And this is meaningful, I think.
Yeah. And after your audience opens this report, you can also show the data in detail, as we mentioned in the tables. And here you can see we also make use of small pies, more like a traffic light. So for instance, like in the office supplies, the clients are really good. They have a high number and you can display it up front and so you know spot on where to look at. And it's quite easy to see. And
Steffi,
also,
this is a live Webby report, isn't it? You're in Webby, so just
yeah, I'm in Webby.
Okay,
I
so
thought everybody knows it. I can show it. It's really in Webby. Here you have to pay for formatting and the outline. So yes, I just wanted to show the whole picture because it's easier to see.
Okay.
So
it's live. That's not a screenshot or stuff like that. Yes.
No, that's already Webby. And also very interesting are waterfall statements for profit and loss statements, which show you how everything comes in and flows out. And also one specialty with our GraphoMate charts, when you're using the deviations, it also comes like, oh, that was quite big. Like we have positive deviations, but they are in red because it's not good for the totals. So therefore,
for the company goal. Yes.
Yeah,
for
the
the
company
business.
goal.
Yes.
And this is every financial accountant loves this because it's not green doesn't mean it's a positive value. It means it's good for your target, and red is bad for your target. So it's not always on the right side or the left side. And yes, we call them controller. I think that's not the normal definition you call them. But the financial guys and girls like that very much.
Yeah, and
I think you should go to the demo and how to build something. Yes.
So let me show you just how easy it is to insert a GraphoMate extensions. you just go over here to insert. You need to save it on your server and connect it with a custom URL, and then you can use a custom element. And you have 3 possibilities. I'm going to take the charts. I need to insert them. And then I'm going to move over here. I have some data, and then I can just connect the data. So you have some fields, and I'm just going to take the regions for the category. And just to make it very simple, the profit. So now we need to make the adjustments, and therefore we need to go to the format. And here is this where the magic happens. You need to open the drop down, and then all of our properties can be set over here. First of all, it's a structure. Therefore, we need to change the orientation, and I need to click apply, and everything is rotated. So let's move on.
So you see the different chart times once that we could see them there. We only were able to use the possibilities Webby allows us for the UI. So it's a bit more complicated than in other tools. In the other tools, we have a different UI, which is only clickable, which is much more easier and visually. So we were not allowed to do this in Webby. So it's just a drop down box.
We got like 3 minutes left. Lars, Stephanie?
Yes,
Yeah.
she will make the chart in 3 minutes.
Yeah, but I got a small problem. Let's use the other chart over
So
here.
while Stephanie's looking for that, Lars, if somebody's interested in Graphomate, what should he do?
Or just get in touch with us, and we will explain how to work with our charts and tables and metrics in Webby or in every other tool. And then we will see how it will fit to them, or if it's usable and an idea to use.
Thank you.
Yeah. So just, I think you could give us, from America, it's better to write an email, just simply to info@graphomate.com, or
And all that, by the way, is in the virtual booth. So you can get all that information there.
Oh, yeah, sure. Thank you. There's this booth. Yes. I remember.
Yeah, as you see, I just assigned a few scenarios to display the data in the right color. You also can use your custom colors if you want to have a company identity. So it's quite easy to switch up. And so you build on step by step, and with the shared elements coming out, you can reuse everything and don't have to start from scratch every time. And the great thing is you can also export all the reports and print them, and you will get the same IBCS look and feel. So it's quite nice.
Could you switch the axis once more for this chart?
Yep, for sure.
And could you show the deviations, because it's
Yeah, general. Let's move this on.
so this is,
So therefore we need
another FC value. Yes, we need to
I
show the
just take
difference
one.
between actual. No, you showed quantity and profit. That should be different.
Sorry. So this one over here. So deviations. I need to insert.
Absolute one. Oh, it's
So-
only a small deviation.
No
Okay.
big difference, but it's over there, and then you can also type in the deviations for percentage, and yeah, make as many as you like. It's quite nice to have.
So this is done out of the box. Even the waterfalls you see before, it's quite easy to build without any programming or stuff like that. And well, yeah, so we are running out of time. We could show more. Sorry for that.
Now we got 1 more minute. So
okay. Yeah.
Anything more important?
Yeah, I guess when there's a lot of properties you can use, you can style a lot of stuff, but it's very important to keep in mind, like, do vertical alignment for structure and the horizontal for time, and then show the deviations also here in the bubbles, and then you're really good to go to improve your standards for your visual communication. So, and we can support you with a technical implementation. So if you want to try out, feel free to contact us. We will.
Yeah,
we are very happy.
we have a 3 months free trial. So this is quite important. So if you want to try it out, and we will support you. It's no, just give us a hint and write to us.
And it's very easy to install. I've actually used it, and frankly, I love it. I'm a big fan of it. So yeah, feel free to go on graphomate.com, and then you'll be able to reach out to the Graphomate team, and you'll be able to go from there in order to download or to get a demo.
Yeah.
Lars,
However,
Stephanie,
thank you very much.
It was a real pleasure to have you on today. And folks, it was great to have all of you today. Over 500 people have joined this session. This is great. And make sure you visit wisdom.com. So wisdom with 3 eyes. So not 1 eye, but 3 eyes. And it was really great to be with all of you. If you want to have the presentations again, you can visit our virtual booth, or you want to get some more information, just send us an email at santa@wisdom.com. Actually, I'm just kidding. Just go to contact@wisdom.com and we'll get back to you. Visit our website as well. And guys, be good, stay cool, and we'll be very happy to see you next month during our virtual 360 Suite Wisdom user group. Thank you very much and have a great evening. Take care, guys.
Yeah, have a
Bye.
good time.
Thank you.
Bye.
Ciao,
Ciao.
Bruno. Ciao, ciao.